Mr. Millenham, Honorable Millenham of Democratic Alliance. These amendments will be dealt with at the conclusion of the second reading debate on the bill later in the day. We come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give notice of a motion? Honorable Member.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move that the following motion of censure. That this House notes that in paragraph X of page 5 of this Public Protector's report, named Docked Vessels, a report on investigation into allegations of improper, irregular awarding of a tender to Sekonyalo Marine Services Consortium by the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Report number 21 of 2013-2014. And it was published on the 5th of December 2013. The Public Protector made the following statement. A week before releasing this provisional report, I received a letter from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Minister of Justice. Attached is a letter from the Minister
Honourable Speaker,
Patterson, requesting the Minister...
He is no longer giving us a notice. He's reading the motion. It's not a notice for a motion.
Okay. Can we allow the member to give the notice and then we assess the notice?
Yes. A week before releasing the provisional report, I received a letter from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Minister of Justice. Attached a letter from Minister Tina Joemat-Pettersson.
Honourable Member, are you reading Public Protector's letter or just giving a notice?
I am giving, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I shall move the following motion of censure. That this House, can I continue?
No, just your part of, continue your part of this House must do what? Not the whole report.
No, I must read that part for the Public Protector. It's important that I read it into the record.
Okay, it's part of your motion.
Yes.
Read it.
A week before releasing this provisional report, I received a letter from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Minister of Justice. Attached a letter from Minister Joemat-Pettersson requesting the Minister of Justice to intervene in this investigation and that of the NPA, which she labelled unnecessary despite having cooperated throughout the investigation and twice agreeing to defer the processing of the new tender until having had sight of this provisional report. I consider Minister Joemat-Pettersson's action as conduct
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Interference with my investigation.
Honourable Deputy Speaker.
There's a point of order.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The member is not procedural. The member is out of order. Thank you.
May I address you on a point of order, Madam?
Yes, point of order.
The member is reading what is referred to as a substantive motion. In a substantive motion, the member indicates the nature of the motion and substantiates the reasons for making the motion, which is what he is doing. It is within the rules, guidelines, and procedures, and we are following the procedure by the book.
Honourable members, can we allow the member to continue?
Yes, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I shall move the following motion of censure. That this House notes that the paragraph...
Honourable member, don't start from the start. Just where you were, continue there. We don't have the whole day here.
Okay. A week before releasing this provisional report, I quote the Public Protector's report, I received a letter from the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Deputy Speaker.
Minister of Justice,
Madam Deputy Speaker,
attaching a letter of Minister
Joemat-Pettersson. There's a point of order. You're not making my role easy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, you ruled that the member should continue from where he left off. Yeah. He's now seeking to reread things he has already read into the record.
Honourable Member. You were at the bottom of what the minister of this wrote. Please start there.
Deputy Speaker, I keep losing my place if they keep interfering, so I don't know where I was. You know, so I'm trying to put everything in context.
No, but if you continue, you'll end up not reading that.
Which was the last word, Honourable Speaker?
Continue.
Okay, let me try here. The Minister of Justice to intervene in this investigation and that of the NPA, which she labelled unnecessary, despite having cooperated throughout the investigation and twice agreeing to deferring the processing of the new tender until having had sight of this provisional report. I consider Minister Jomat Patterson's action as conduct constituting interference with my investigation and an attempt to incite the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to undermine the independence of two constitutional bodies. Such conduct, in my considered view, is at odds with Section 1814 of the Constitution, which states that no person or organ of state may interfere with the functioning of these institutions, and they refer to Chapter 9 institutions, unquote. That this House further notes that Section 11(1) of the Public Protectors Act, Act 23 of 1994, states that any person who interferes with the functioning of the Office of the Public Protector, as contemplated in Section 1814 of the Constitution, shall be guilty of an offence. That this House acknowledges the Public Protector's view that the conduct of the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, the Minister, is at odds with Section 1814 of the Constitution. That this House recognises that the Minister's conduct could amount to an offence under the Public Protector Act 23 of 1994 and a violation of the Executive Ethics Code. And that this House resolves to condemn the actions of the Minister and to censure the Minister by calling upon the Minister to apologise unreservedly for her actions.
Order, Chairperson. Order, Chairperson.
Honourable.
Chairperson, I had my hand up for quite a while. Sorry you didn't see it. I'd like you please to study the rules of Parliament and check whether or not it is allowed that a member should have a substantial motion of that nature without the member to whom he is referring to being in the House to hear what the charges are.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order, Honourable Members. Order, Honourable Members. The member was giving a substantive motion, and that motion would be assessed by the Speaker. We will take into consideration what the Minister is saying when that is assessed. Thank you very much. Are there any other, does any member wish to give a notice of a motion? Any other member? Is there another notice of the motion?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates the importance of the right to peaceful protest as enshrined in Section 17 of the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member, honourable member?
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debate putting in place mechanism to make community services attractive, enjoyable, and meaningful to young graduates and society. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable member.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates opportunities for working towards eliminating water insecurity across all sections of our society. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move on behalf of ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the relevance of vocational training at school level. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further, Honourable Member?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates ways to increase South Africa's economic growth to 8% per annum in order to create jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other notice of a motion? Honourable Member?
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in the next sitting, the House debates the protection and active promotion of indigenous African languages. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any further notices of a motion?
Ngosi Sekela Somlong. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates the effect of nationalization on our economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Mponjane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice that on the next sitting of the House, I shall move on behalf of the IFP that the House debates the need for a comprehensive review of academic and non-academic criteria in selecting students for admission to universities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further notices? No. We now come to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that on the 11th of February 2014, South Africans and the world commemorated the 24th anniversary of the release of the late former state president Utatu Nelson Mandela from prison. Further notes that on the 11th of February 1990, Utatu Mandela left Victor Vorster prison in Cape Town, a free man, and on that day he addressed thousands of people gathered outside Cape Town City Hall. Remembers that in June 1964, Utatu Madiba and other political activists were sentenced to life in prison. Further remembers that on the 2nd of February 1990, the then state president Obabu F.W. de Klerk announced Utatu Mandela's release and the unbanning of African National Congress and other political parties. Recalls that he died at the age of 95 on December the 5th, 2013, after spending 27 years in prison before becoming the country's first democratically elected president. Believes that our former president, Utatu Mandela, has contributed immensely to the struggle for a free, democratic, non-racial and non-sexist and prosperous South Africa, and calls upon all South Africans and the world to draw inspiration from Utatu Madiba and preserve his legacy. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there any other motion?
I move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that the House notes that according to the IEC records, more than 1.2 million people registered to vote for the first time over the course of the final registration weekend on 8 and 9 February 2014. Also notes that 1.1 million South Africans registered for the first time during the first voter registration weekend in November 2013. Further notes that in January, 2 voter registration weekends were held in South Africa's 123 missions in 180 countries overseas and around the world to allow South Africans abroad to register to vote. Acknowledge that the record 25.3 million South Africans are now registered and ready to vote in the national and provincial elections. Congratulates the Independent Electoral Commission of South Africa for organizing and managing a largely successful national registration campaign, and thanks all South Africans for taking the time to ensure that they are registered correctly in order to be able to exercise their democratic right of voting. and therefore encourages South Africans to vote on election day, as it is the most precious right of each and every citizen. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. If there are no objections, I put both motion, the earlier one and this motion. No objections, agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the House notes that on Wednesday, the 19th of February 2014, veteran human rights lawyer Utatu George Bezos received an award from the Free Market Foundation at a ceremony held in Johannesburg. Further notes that Utatu Bezos was honored by the local think tank for his fearless defense of South Africa's struggle heroes, his tenacious fight for freedom and justice, and his dedication to uphold the Constitution and the rule of law. Remembers that in 1990, he became a member of the African National Congress Legal and Constitutional Committee. And at CODESA, he served as advisor to the negotiating teams and participated in the drawing of the interim constitution. Recalls that Utatu Bezos represented former State President Utatu Nelson Mandela and fellow anti-apartheid activist Utatu Walter Sisulu at the Rivonia trial. We congratulate Utatu Bezos for his continuous efforts and achievements and wishes him well in his future endeavors. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that the House notes that South Africa's cricket team have continued flying our country's flag high at the Under-19 Cricket World Cup, currently being held in Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates. Also notes that the South Africans advanced to the semi-finals after a magnificent 9-wicket win over Afghanistan on Sunday, the 23rd of February 2014. Further notes that the young Proteas will now face a strong Australian team in the semi-finals of the competition tomorrow. Encourages the team to follow the example set by the Proteas, who convincingly beat the Australians with 231 runs in the second test match in Port Elizabeth this past Sunday. Congratulates the team on their great success thus far and wishes them all the best for the remainder of the tournament.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. Are there any further motions? Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that last month the well-known actress, singer, and poet Lesego Motsipe died of a cardiac arrest at the age of 39. Further notes that Lesego Motsipe, known to many as Leti Matabane for her role on Isidingo between 1998 and 2008, was a courageous young woman with whom many were privileged to interact with in many different and courageous situations. Remembers that she was an activist. She was an active contributor in the ANC's Forum on the Creative Industry, making marked and valuable contributions on the work required to better organize the sector. Further remembers that she was also an unrelenting crusader in the fight against HIV and AIDS, and not long ago, before she died, she participated in a live Twitter interview hosted by the ANC, openly discussing coping with the disease and empowering many people, young and old, with the story of her courage. Recalls that her last words during the ANC social media a live chat was, I quote, "When you choose to live, you empower yourself, no matter what the challenges may be when living with any disease," close quote. Acknowledges that Motsipe was diagnosed with HIV in 1998, and she publicly disclosed her status in 2011. We therefore convey our deepest condolences to Lesego Motsipe's family, friends, and the creative sector as a whole. I thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. No objections, agreed to. The Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice that noting the declaration of invalidity by the Constitutional Court of the Assembly rules pertaining to the motions of no confidence in the President or Cabinet on the 27th of August 2013, suspended for 6 months to allow for the defect to be remedied, agrees to the insertion of the following new rule, 10.102A. A member may propose that a motion of no confidence in the Cabinet or President in terms of Rule 102 be placed on the order paper. The Speaker must accord such a motion of no confidence due priority, and before scheduling it, must consult with the leader of government business and the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. The motion must comply to the satisfaction of the Speaker with the prescripts of any relevant law or any relevant rules and orders of the House and the directives and guidelines recommended by the Rules Committee and approved by the House before being placed on the order paper, and must include the grounds on which the proposed vote of no confidence is based. The Speaker may request an amendment of or in any other manner deal with the notice of no confidence motion which contravenes the law, rules, and orders of the House or directives and guidelines approved by the House. After proper consultation, and once the Speaker is satisfied that the motion of no confidence complies with the aforementioned prescribed law, rules, orders, directives, or guidelines of the House, the Speaker must ensure that the motion of no confidence is scheduled, debated, and voted on within a reasonable period of time given the program of the Assembly. The debate on a motion of no confidence may not exceed the time allocated for it by the Speaker after a aforesaid consultation process. In a motion of no confidence, if the motion of no confidence cannot reasonably be scheduled by the last sitting day of the annual session, it must be scheduled for consideration as soon as possible in the next annual session. Rules 95, 97, and 101 do not apply to motions of no confidence in terms of this rule. I move.
If there are no objection, I put the motion. No objection, agreed to. Are there any further motions without notice? No. The next item on the order paper is member's statement. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement?
Yes.
Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, a recent article by an Africa Check journalist that the DA's claims of delivery successes in the Western Cape, the only one province of South Africa that it controls, is rather low on any supporting evidence. And this is indicative of the misinformation campaign which the DA peddles. A tweet by their leader Zille, which claims that 60,000 work opportunities had been created by the Western Cape provincial government in the financial year 2012-2013, could not be proven, even by Zille's own spokesperson, Zach Mpele, who said that, I quote, concerning the job opportunities figures, no one so far can give me anything concrete. My own online search efforts have tracked down extended public work program reports for the first half of 2012-2013, but not a second half as the tweet speaks to, close quote.
The DS claimed that 99.1% of households in the province currently have access to pipe water cannot be claimed as their success, as according to State South Africa annual general household surveys, 92.7% of Western Cape households had access to pipe water in a house or yard in 2006 when the ANC was still in charge, dropping fractionally to 92.5% in 2012, showing that DA governance is bad. Selective sharing of information, which is some...
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Oh.
Madam Speaker, can I address you on a point of order, please? Can you please rule that the use by the member of the ANC referring to the Premier of the Western Cape as Zala be unparliamentary? Looks like you have a lot of deputies. She has a title, she's a member of the NCOP and therefore a member of Parliament, and she must be referred to as the Honourable Helen Zille.
No. But Honourable Member, when we're talking about that, we're talking about the House here. We are in the House. I mean, would you call, no.
You that an MP is an MP, regardless of which house.
I thought he was a Premier of Western Cape.
Speaker,
No,
Deputy
we don't
Speaker.
do that. Honourable Member?
May I address you on this point of order?
Yes.
There are several rulings by speakers of this House, consistently so, that the only time that the rules apply to a member of another legislature is if we're sitting as a joint sitting. We are sitting currently as the National Assembly, and therefore the rules only apply to members of the Assembly. Honorable or Ms. Zille is actually not a member of this House, and therefore the rules do not apply to her. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Sorry, but could we know what rule the member is quoting from?
Can I respond? May I respond, Deputy Speaker? The Honourable Member himself is referring to a rule, and we're simply guiding him on how that rule is applied. Thank you.
Honourable Members, can we continue? Can we continue with our business? Can I remind members that you don't have more than 1.5 minutes for your statement? DA?
Deputy Speaker, today I stand before this House deeply concerned and unspeakably disappointed that the anti-homosexuality bill was signed into law by the Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni yesterday. As the Democratic Alliance, we strongly oppose all forms of discrimination on any grounds.
Order, Honourable Members, please.
This atrocious bill's compatibility with Uganda's constitution. Deputy Speaker, today I put on record the DA's objection and complete opposition to this law that has criminalized homosexuality. The anti-gay law of Uganda, as well as the similar legislation that was recently signed into law in Nigeria, are draconian laws that irrevocably violate the most basic of human rights. The South African government is yet to comment on the events taking place on our continent. This is not surprising in view of the ANC's pact with the United Russia Party headed by Putin, and which party is well known for its homophobic stance. I also proposed a motion today to discuss the issue of homophobia, and it was blocked by both the ANC and the ACDP. As the beacon of freedom and human rights, with one of the world's most progressive constitutions, our government should have been first to publicly object to the barbaric laws right on our doorstep.
Deputy Speaker, the report by the Public Protector on serious governance and legal transgressions at the SABC did not come as a surprise for a number of us serving in the Portfolio Committee on Communication. Just a pity that the PC did not act on these earlier. This inaction will go down in history as a serious failure of this fourth parliament. Despite having appointed a new board during 2013, the same negative tendencies continue. Last week, the chairperson of the board was reported in the media as saying that the damning findings on Mr. Good News Motswaneng was irrelevant. She said, this is a job Schlaudi was groomed for, and he's here to stay. Speaker, this speaks of serious contempt of a Chapter 9 institution, which recommended the opposite. Yesterday, papers were filed in the CCMA pre-dismissal arbitration hearing of the CFO, and they were signed, yes, Deputy Speaker, not by the Group CEO, but by the chairperson of the SABC board, a serious governance transgression. Deputy Speaker, the question is, since when do we have an executive chairperson of the SABC? Why does the new chairperson continue with the irregular practices of Dr. Ben Kobane? When will we see a return to the values, ethos, and practices of a real public broadcaster, the one that was established in the late 1990s when the apartheid mouthpiece was replaced with a public broadcaster that reflected a democratic South Africa? Thank you, Deputy.
ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My statement is on the DA and marginalization of women. We all are very familiar with the DA's rhetoric of fit for purpose, open opportunity society, and their confusion regarding the Employment Equity Amendment Bill, which prescribes penalties for private sector companies that do not meet the government's rigid new targets for racial and gender representativity. Essentially, they talk the talk, but do not walk the talk. When it comes to gender equality and standing firmly behind that policy, the ANC is currently the only party that has a voluntary quota for women. The ANC adopted a voluntary 30% quota for women in 2002. In 2007, we raised it to 50% at both national and local level. And we adopted a 5% quota for national elections in 2009. Since 1994, women's representation has steadily increased primarily due to the ANC quota. Women's representation in parliament has risen from 28%.
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I address you on a point of order?
To 13% in 1999.
There's a point of order. What point of
Madam
order?
Deputy Speaker, I would like to ask you whether in terms of the rules of Parliament, whether a bill which is before the House and has, before a committee and has not yet come before the House can be discussed in a statement, because I understand that that is what the second reading debate is all about.
No.
It's still before the committee. That particular bill that the member is referring to is still before the committee.
Is the member, are you referring to the bill or the policy of the ANC of 50%?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm not referring to the bill, I'm referring to the 50% policy of the African National Congress.
Continue, Honorable Member.
Since 1994, women's representation has steadily increased, primarily due to the ANC quota. Women's representation in Parliament has risen from 28% after the 1994 elections to 30% in 1999, 33% in 2004. We don't believe in tokenism for women only, for leadership position as the
Honorable
DA.
Member, your time is up. Sorry.
Thank you.
IFP.
Deputy Speaker,
yes.
Could I ask you to study the Hansard and to get a ruling on whether that statement read, which started with a reference to the bill, despite the denial and despite the way out you gave her, and I ask you to study the Hansard and make a ruling.
We'll do that. IFP.
Sekela Somlongo.
Almost daily, we hear reports of police brutality and how many communities around the country no longer have faith in the police. Their ability to respond to the situation around different communities and the lack of healthy police and community relations have been issues that are constantly spoken about. But people forget the level of outrage and concern should be publicized and spoken about over the killing of police officers. There are many brave members of our police service who are constantly putting their lives in danger to keep their community safe. We are also overrestorated with the negativity action of some police officers that we forget to acknowledge the amount of danger they expose themselves to on our behalf. We salute those police officers who continue to keep communities safe despite the danger they are exposed to, and we honor those who have died in defending us from the criminal elements that plague our country. I so move, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ID.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Last week at the African Energy Indaba, the Honourable Energy Minister told the audience that Eskom could no longer be the player, referee and linesman in the South African electricity industry. He also informed the conference that he has told Parliament to fast-track legislation that would level the playing field between Eskom and independent power producers. These are sentiments that the ID strongly associates itself with. It must be understood, though, that we don't need to fast-track legislation, but simply revive the ISMO bill, whose lapse in last year was conveniently orchestrated by the parliamentary powers. I have already written to both the Speaker and the Chief Whip's office, requesting an explanation for its lapsing, without any response to date being given by either of them. In order to give substance to the Minister's intention, I will therefore be requesting an urgent meeting with the Honourable Chief Whip to move a motion in this House to revive the ISMO bill. The Energy Committee worked for over a year and a half on this legislation, which will remove the operations of the transmission grid out of Eskom. It is therefore deplorable that behind-the-scenes machinations have been able to prevent this bill from being debated for over 8 months. The time has now come to pass this bill, Honourable Chief Whip, and I hope that you will agree to the passing of this motion when I meet with you. I thank you.
ANC.
Oh, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The ANC believes that the recent march to the ANC headquarters by the Democratic Alliance was unnecessary and smacks of desperation. While we respect and will always advance and defend the right of anyone to assemble and protest, rights must be exercised with responsibility. As the ANC, we view this as a provocative and attention-seeking stunt not designed to address the issues it purports to. The African National Congress prides itself on being a beacon of democratic principles, which includes transparency and openness. Our democratic order has also created a platform to engage in a manner that is not anarchic, and these include amongst them Parliament, network, government, and the courts. Policies of the ANC are deliberated at length within the organization and enhanced by input from stakeholders in society. The DA has different policies to the African National Congress, hence they are an opposition. Marching to the ANC on its policy positions is disingenuous at best and display of arrogance. Ultimately, what the DA seeks is for the ANC to bestow some form of legitimacy unto it, which it cannot receive via the ballot box. There are confusion regarding the issue of race and the desperate need to window dress by parachuting into its leadership. Black faces merely highlights the DA's black liberation problems and their hope for legitimacy by association. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
APC. APC. DA.
Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance calls on the Finance Minister to use tomorrow's budget speech to announce a turnaround plan for our economy that will achieve and focus on jobs and growth. Figures released by Stats South Africa today show that our economic growth slowed down to 1.9% in 2013 after an already poor growth performance of 2.1% in 2012. If the Minister does not announce such a plan, there is a very low risk, as we know, that our economic growth will continue to stutter along at 2%, while the other economies of emerging markets like Peru at 5.1%, Malaysia at 4.8%, and Chile at 4.1% are growing at more than twice our rate. The figures released today highlight how the ANC under President Jacob Zuma has taken South Africa backwards. Average growth under this administration has been 2.8%, almost half that of the average growth rate of 4.2% we recorded under former President Thabo Mbeki. We would endorse the Finance Minister's more insistent voice in favor of a growth plan for South Africa. He must use his budget speech tomorrow to acknowledge that 2% growth is not good enough by announcing a turnaround plan in the 2014 budget. And in this spirit, we would like to direct him to the DA's alternative budget released yesterday that contains a bold plan for growth that will set our economy on the path to 8% economic growth and help us to create 6 million new jobs, real jobs, in the next 10 years. Tomorrow's budget must put forward an agenda for change that focuses on jobs and growth.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Your time is up.
Thank you.
ANC.
Yeah. Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ANC welcomes the announcement by the Education Labour Relations Council, the ELRC, regarding the collective agreement on the permanent appointment of temporary teachers into vacant substantive posts and the transfer of serving teachers into schools where they are needed in the Eastern Cape. The ANC hails this as a major milestone for education in that province, which will ensure basic education for all learners. This decision made would bring stability for both educators and learners. Presently, there are 2,868 qualified and unqualified educators in the province, a situation which at times led to instability in schools. This province has become synonymous with labour unrest, particularly relating to the issues of temporary educators and transfer of additional educators. Therefore, the announcement will allow all parties to focus on the welfare of the child to ensure continuous education and improved results, which will lead to effective learning and teaching that in turn leads to quality education. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. IFP.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The IFP this time around stands in agreement with the Congress of South African Students, COSAS. On welcoming the decision by the Department of Basic Education to reinstate the department's Director General, Mr. Bobby Subrahan, to his position. Mr. Subrahan was accused of misusing funds and signing an agreement on behalf of the department without having the authority to do so. However, since he was cleared of this matter, the IFP believes that he should not be hindered from getting on with his mandate. The threats by SADU to embark on a march do not argue well for the stability we all desire for our education system to function effectively. We call upon SADU to follow first a legal route if they want to appeal against the decision by the judge who presided over the Director General's disciplinary hearings and cleared him. We thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ANC.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Electricity from Kalkbut Solar Fondo.
Honorable Member, there's a point of order. Is that a point of order?
The point of order is, it is not the ANC now, Deputy Speaker, it should be COPE. We've only had one member statement.
No, I know there's COPE.
Okay.
Please. Does it matter? Does it matter? ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Electricity from the Kalkbrook solar photovoltaic panels flowed into the national grid on the 12th of November 2013, making it South Africa's first solar plant to come online. And such was done 3 months ahead of schedule. This 75 megawatt solar energy plant near Petrosville in Northern Cape will generate 135 million kilowatt hours a year, which is equivalent to electricity for 33,000 households. This plant is one of the 47 solar, wind, and mini hydro projects awarded 20-year contracts to generate electricity under the Department of Energy's Renewable Energy Program for independent power producers. Currently, there are 9 projects that already generate electricity into the grid. The project also gives momentum to the Green Economy Accord, signed 3 years ago by the government, business and labor, with the goal of creating 300,000 new jobs based on the renewable energy generation, energy efficiency, biofuel production, manufacturing of equipment to support green projects, and natural resource conservation and rehabilitation. The total investment in the program is estimated at 74 billion, with the government's recent acceptance of 17 new bids pushing this closer to the 100 billion mark. Altogether, 38 solar power projects have been awarded to a number of IPPs from across the globe. The ANC has always had a keen eye on and gave full support.
Remember, your time is up. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
COPE.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Wilmot James claimed a victory for the DA during last week's SONA debate. In the battle South Africans had with the former Minister of Health and the former President Mbeki on the HIV and AIDS issue. As usual, the DA once again presented the past and the real facts to suit them only. At that time, I was the reigning MEC for Health in the Western Cape for the DP. For the DP, under the premiership of Gerald Morkel from the National Party. The Western Cape HIV/AIDS team was headed up by Dr. Farid Abdullah, a highly ranked official of the ANC at the time, and so many of his team members. Jointly, we made an offer to the Treatment Action Campaign to withdraw the case against the Western Cape in exchange that we shall give them an affidavit on our HIV/AIDS rollout program in the province. We signed that affidavit on 9/11 when the first plane hit the tower in New York. I remember it vividly. The TAC won the landmark case against the then government in the Constitutional Court. So it was not the DA alone, but a joint effort by concerned South Africans who took on the government of the time. Tony Leon read about this in the New Yorker, and then only the DA got involved. I thought it was important to put the record straight on behalf of those who stood up for the right issue.
Point of order.
My point of order is that I never said the DA, I said the Western Cape government.
Can you continue?
Speaker, it's not a debate. There was no decision of the cabinet at that time. But can I say, while I have some time, some advice to the DA. It's not possible to run Parliament scorecards from the Wales Street chambers. Martinez van Schalkwyk tried it before and it failed dismally. Take that lesson.
ANC.
Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress welcomes the results of the by-election held on Wednesday, the 19th of February 2014 in the Western Cape. As a result as a result of the immense support enjoyed by the ANC for our people, the African National Congress retained the Ward 35 Philippi by-elections in the city of Cape Town and took over Ward 9 in Saldanha Bay, which was previously presented by the independent candidate. The African National Congress thanks all our people who took time to vote in the by-elections, ensuring that we retain our wards not only in the Western Cape, but in other provinces as well. We are really pleased by these by-elections victory in Saldanha and Philippi. Our increasing support in the province reaffirms our view that our quest to win back the province is on track. The African National Congress sends its gratitude to the volunteers and supporters of the ANC who work tirelessly and selflessly in the build-up these by-elections. We are equally thankful for all voters across the country who took their time to vote and cast their votes. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. DA.
Deputy Speaker, the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Praveen Gordhan, must urgently reassure government pensioners that the Public Investment Corporation, the PIC, is not allowing politics to influence its investment decisions. The PIC is now considering purchasing a controversial and potentially overpriced share of mining company Kalahari Manganese from ANC-connected Masile Nkosi for 3.9 billion. Madam Deputy Speaker. This comes on the back of a 500 million investment into the independent group to help Dr. Iqbal Survey to take control of the media company.
There's a point of order, Honourable Member. What's the point of order?
Could you rule whether the rule of anticipation allows members to engage in a debate on a matter that is definitely going to be before the House for debate very soon, namely the budget?
Deputy Speaker, I'm addressing the investment strategy of the GEPF and the PIC. It's an investment strategy. We are allowed to speak on it.
Continue, Member.
Deputy Speaker, this comes on the back of a 500 million investment into the independent group by Dr. Survey, as I've mentioned, and a 19 billion in the previous term in terms of the South African National Roads Agency. In the latest of a series of worrying investment, pensioner savings is once again put at risk. And this time, Deputy Speaker, it's the PIC's 3 billion investment into a 30% of KMAC Energy, a company linked to Kaza Laval, who has strong ties with President Zuma. These 4 deals raise serious questions about the PIC making objective investment decisions in the interest of the 360,000 government pensioners and 1.2 million active members of the pension fund. The people of South Africa, Deputy Speaker, needs to be reassured that they are indeed the ultimate beneficiaries of the PIC. Thank you.
ANC.
Speaker, after a 3-year ban of the export of red meat because of an outbreak of foot and mouth disease, the international authorities have declared South Africa free of the disease. When the ban was imposed in February 2011, the National Agricultural Marketing Council estimated that the prohibition would cost the red meat industry about 4 billion a year. The World Organization for Animal Health in Paris visited South Africa after the outbreak and laid down the steps the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries would have to take to regain its foot and mouth disease-free status. Last Friday, the OIE informed the department that it has considered the department's report and corrective measures that had been implemented, concluding that South Africa now complied with the Terrestrial Animal Health Code. The country's suspension of being a zone-free of the disease has been lifted, and South Africa's foot and mouth disease-free status is now reinstated. This is good news only for the red meat industry, but for the stud industry, the wool and milk industry, and the hide, skins, and leather sectors. All of them have had problems because of losing the foot and mouth-free status. The Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries' persistence and hard work has eventually paid off, and the OIE Director General congratulated the department for this very positive achievement of the foot and mouth situation in South Africa. The ANC welcomes the good news, for which the government and the department should be credited. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. That concludes the member's statement. Are there any ministerial responses? Honorable Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I think as the Deputy Minister of Science and Technology was alluding to, the Minister of Finance will present his budget tomorrow. That's the proper time to listen to the budget and then debate it thereafter. But I do want to say in response to Honourable James that calling for 8% growth and 6 million jobs is not the same as having a plan or a program to deliver these. Now, during the SONA debate last week, one of the members of the DA said that the Reserve Bank had modelled and had endorsed the DA's plan. And the Reserve Bank subsequently issued a statement to say that that was not the case. The Honourable Khadebi showed that there were several unsubstantiated statements which have been shown by fact checkers not to be valid. And they include a number of unsubstantiated tweets. Now, talking of tweets, I notice in today's press that some leaders of the DA are becoming fed up with the tweets that have been submitted by their leader. And I want to suggest that perhaps we need to call a person who makes excessive use of social media to send inane messages by a simple four-letter word, a twit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister of Higher Education.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I just want to respond to the point made by one honourable member of the DA about where the PIC invest, and especially to address the issue of PIC investment into the independent group. I think it is important to say this, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that the reason why the DA is being selective, the PIC is not only investing in independent group, it's also investing in Times Media Group. But they are silent about that investment because the Times Media Group is largely betting for the DA in its posture. And the reason why there is a complaint about independent group is because DA propagandists who have been moonlighting as journalists in the independent group are being exposed and actually living for what they are. That is the reason why the DA is concerned only about, and generally the DA is not consistent. Let the DA come and tell us about where the PIC invests.
Point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I take a point of order, please,
yeah?
Deputy Speaker? I would just like to know whether the Minister Bladen Simandi has considered the return on investments, what he's talking about.
No, that's not point of order, please. Continue, Honourable Minister.
It's not a point of order, but I think that, Honourable Deputy Speaker, it really is very important that we actually expose that there is no consistency in the argument of the DA. Their interest in the media is only insofar as their own molds are being reinforced. That's why they are not saying anything about PIC money in the Times Media Group, because the Times Media Group only see Mamparas on this side of the house, and they don't see the many Mamparas who are actually on that side of the house. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister of Women and Children and People with Disability.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Mama usomlomo ndithi mandithathe elithuba ndibulele umama uTlake ngokwazisa amakhosikazi ase South Africa ukuba ngowuphi na umbutho onakekele ukuphakamisa amakhosikazi kweli lizwe lokhokho bethu, ngowuphi na umbutho one track record yokusebenza namakhosikazi wokuphucula izinga lamakhosikazi eSouth Africa kule minyaka ingamashumi amabini ephethe umbutho wesizwe. Siyayazi ke ikhona eminye imibutho ethatha omama ibenze izipili ibasebenzise yawugqiba ibalahle phaya kude njengenapkeni elingcolisiweyo. Yakugqiba ibachaze uba omama abafana nomama uMamphila bangene apha kuba bejonge imali bezawuthatha imali babaleke nayo. Kuba kaloku kwela cala umuntu omnyama kazelwa nto ngaphandle koba umuntu omnyama ejongwe njengesela. Sithi ke kubo sasibayalileke sesisiva nje oarhang besithi ngumbutho we-racism lowa ngumbutho wokukhulisha amanye amaqela.
Honorable Minister.
I'm sorry. On a point of order. Yes? The Minister is now replying to a statement which I asked you to study to see whether it's in order or not. I think this is perpetuating a wrongdoing, and I don't think you should allow it.
I'm talking about the policies of the ANC, Madam Chairperson.
No.
Sit.
Honorable Minister, can you just wait? Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition, I said I would study that if there was a mention of the policy. I didn't hear it. I said I will study.
Of the bill.
But of the bill. So far, the minister is talking about the policy and the organization that was leading women. She didn't mention the bill.
Yes.
No, but the statement was put and it must be responded to. I will study and come back to you if that was the case. Please.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker, on a point of order, Deputy Speaker, can we just assist? In terms of rule of anticipation, Rule 68, no member shall anticipate the discussion of a matter appearing on the order paper. The bill is not on the order paper, therefore it can be discussed as per the rules of the National Assembly.
But still, it's not the bill that is being discussed. Continue, Minister.
Dithi ke somlomo xa ndizawuhlala phansi ndimemelela amakhosikazi asa South Africa makaphume ngobuninzi bawo ngalamini kaMeyi ayovotela umbutho on a track record yokusebenzela nokuempowerisha amakhosikazi ase South Africa nolutsha lwethu ngolo hlobo sithi nalo maluphume ngobuninzi balo. Ndiyabulela somlo.
Honorable Minister of Police.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ndlovu. I would like to thank you on your recommendation you were making in your statement here about the police, highlighting a very important sketch which all of us should focus on, the killing of the police. And to say that this killing of the police is a threat to our democracy, and it should worry everybody, every South Africans. And I'm happy also that as a member of parliament, we have not fallen into the trap of those who want to undermine the authority of the state by all the time saying all the wrong things about the police, even when they are doing okay. Particularly in the DA. You know what this has done in Western Cape is that it has made the police to be an easy target. Hence, a lot of police who are killed in this province. So people must desist on that, and we must thank you on your intervention. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. Order, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I thought it important in light of the statement from the DA to confirm that the historic inclusion of the prohibition of discrimination on grounds of sexual orientation in the Bill of Rights of the Republic's Constitution remains as is in the Constitution of South Africa. Our commitment to the protection of persons due to their sexual orientation or any status referred to in our Constitution stands. We don't require to make a statement against any government because our Constitution indicates the position of this country, of the African National Congress. We have laws which accord specific rights to persons by virtue of their sexual orientation. We have not in any way moved away from that position, and we will hold to it as this democracy led by the African National Congress.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, ngifuna ukusho ukuthi asikho isidingo sokuthi uyobheka iHansard ukuthi i-employment equity whether is still before a portfolio committee or not. The Employment Equity Amendment Bill is no longer the amendment bill. It has signed by the President. It's now the law of this country. It is very disappointing for the Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, anga followishi uguti, what is happening in this parliament. And therefore, Honorable Deputy Speaker, employment equity is there. Now, we have published our regulations in order to implement it. So it's no longer the bill before Parliament. Okwesibili ke somlong, issue erezwe umhlonishwa ngendaba ye-investment by PIC. I want to assure this honorable member in this honorable house that as long as the Department of Labor investor with PIC, they are going to make sure that economic transformation iyenzeka in this country. Precisely because that particular investment is focusing in empowering the black small business people. And we will always support it. We will always support that investment. And we want also to make sure that the funds that are invested by organized labor, not business, by organized labor, ziyabuya because imali zabasebenzi. Whether you like it or not, we are going to continue to do that investment. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. That concludes ministerial responses. The Secretary will read the third order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police on Private Security Industry Regulation Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Chief Whip, Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the fourth order.
Second reading debate, Private Security Industry Regulation Amendment Bill.
Honorable Minister of Police.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The bill before us here on the amendment of the Security Industry Regulatory Authority of 2001 was necessitated by the tremendous growth of the private security industry since the promulgation of the Principal Act of 2001. The Private Security Regulations Amendment Bill seeks to strengthen control over the regulation of private security industry, including security services rendered from South Africa, and to other countries. Currently, there are more than 445,000 registered private security guards compared to 270 armed statutory forces combined, that is SANDF and SAPS. As a result, members of the public are on a daily basis more likely to interface or come into contact with the private security than they are with SAPS officers. South Africa currently has one of the largest private security industry in the world. The growth of private security industry is not unique to South Africa. Internationally, the private security industry has grown significantly over the last 2 decades. However, the growth of South African private security industry has outstripped other countries. Whilst it is true that private security does and can fill certain vacuums, private security can never replace public police. In fact, they have different objectives. Public police aims to protect the public, whilst private security has a profit motive and has as its main objective the protection of the client's interest. The interest of private clients and those of the state and the public are not always the same. It is therefore not surprising that the activities and functions of private security are regulated in most parts of the world, and that the framework for this regulation is becoming more extensive in many countries. Since the dawn of our democracy, the police have been under intense scrutiny by the state and the public. This is clearly illustrated by the multiple oversight bodies and laws governing the police. This is not the case with the private security industry, whose accountability is purely market-driven. Both government and civil society have been concerned with the effective regulation of the industry, and the amendment bill seeks to address the challenges that have been experienced with regard to effective regulation. Amongst these are, one, the lack of resources, which compromise effective regulation, and the dependence of the regulator on the industry to fund its activities. The lack of proper accountability for firearms in the possession of members of the private security industry. Lack of accountability of security services rendered outside the Republic by South African security companies, and this would, amongst others, include allegations of mercenary activities. Criminality within the private security industry, the growth of foreign-owned companies in South Africa, and I will come back to this. As a result of these challenges, the tightening of South African regulatory framework for the private security became necessary. Let me focus on one particular issue that has received considerable attention. That is the bill before this august House places restriction on the extent of foreign ownership of the private security companies. It is necessary because the line between the private security companies and private military companies is increasingly becoming blurred. The United Nations has recognized this blurring of these lines, and these entities are now referred to as the private military and security companies, which is an all-encompassing phrase. Equally, private security companies are increasingly used in the field of intelligence. According to international research conducted by Caroline Homsky, private security companies are today used for a wide variety of intelligence tasks, and there are numerous examples of such. International concern has also been growing about some of the large international security companies who do not have a good record when it comes to human rights violations. As a developmental state, it would be irresponsible of us not to take seriously the above concerns and to ensure that our domestic legislation protects both our national and security interests. Indeed, it is important to note that South Africa is not alone in wanting to limit foreign ownership in the field of private security industry. A number of countries either completely outlaw or place limitations in foreign ownership. Let me lay rest the arguments advanced by opponents of the bill that it will lead to job losses in the industry. This argument has no basis. The provision of security service depends on the supply and demand the principle, like any commodity in the marketplace. Change of ownership will not change demand. To this day, there is no evidence that because there would be change in the ownership, people would simply disinvest. Indications are that when the time comes, they will sell the relevant shares to comply with the law. When foreigners bought a number of South African companies, no job losses were experienced. Private security companies, like any business, are driven by profit and nothing else. In conclusion, the bill not only strengthens the private security regulatory authority, but also we have taken a responsible approach to limit foreign ownership and to implement this in a manner that takes into account our international obligations. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Van Wyk.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Minister, Honorable Members of the House. Dr. Carlos Ortiz is an independent analyst and researcher on private military and security companies based in the United Kingdom. Ortiz, together with 20 other academics, have the privilege to claim they are the originators of PMC and PSC research. He said the following: the spectacular growth of the private security company, private military companies industry over the last decade marks a profound change in the traditional state monopoly of the legitimate use of violence. It is quite a profound statement that he makes, and one that is also relevant in our own country. We are not, as some would like us to believe, an island, unaffected by development throughout the world. South Africa is a sovereign constitutional state with a democratically elected government whose first priority must be to protect the sovereign interests of the state and the people of South Africa. This includes having the necessary legislation in place. Saying that we acknowledge the important and complementary role that properly regulated private security companies are playing in South Africa. The amendment bill was originally introduced in 2012, and the main focus of the bill was to regulate foreign ownership of the industry. During public hearings, it became clear that the industry, as well as certain departments, were of the opinion that not enough consultation took place. The committee at the same time decided to do a comprehensive review of the existing legislation. This was done because of numerous challenges in the governance of the authority and in regulating the industry. The Honourable Molobatsi and the Honourable Mupeng will speak a bit more on these issues. The committee, in agreement with the Minister, appointed a technical committee to further consult and to address those issues already identified by the committee. The technical committee finalized its work and the bill came back before the committee late in 2013. The bill before us is an improved version of the 2001 Act, taking in consideration the universal developments in this field. Security is paramount and needs to be approached in a holistic and proactive manner. The private security industry must operate in a manner that contributes to the safety and security of communities and their clients, but also in a manner that does not compromise the security of the country in which it operates. It is paramount that we achieve and maintain a trustworthy and legitimate private security industry. The bill before us makes significant strides towards these stated values. I want to highlight some of the provisions of the bill. The bill now provides for the appointment and disqualification of senior management in CIRA. It provides for tighter controls of the financial matters of the authority, an area of previous concern to the Auditor General as well as Parliament. In the amendment bill, we have also sought to improve the reporting measures of the authority to Parliament and Parliament's committees. We have extended the categories of security businesses. The bill also improved the regulating of security services rendered outside the Republic. The committee took on board the submissions it received during the public hearing process. Locksmiths specifically raised the concern that their trainees will not be able to do practical work if the bill remains as it is. This we addressed. The The committee reworked the entire objects of the authority to make it current, applicable to the South African context of today. The functions of the authority was also reworked to give it an improved focus and increased effectiveness. The legislation makes provision for the appointment of a council secretary to act as a link between council and the authority amongst its functions. Honourable Deputy Speaker, now let me go to the elephant in the room. The bill also aims to regulate and control foreign ownership in the industry. You are going to be told here that this will lead to job losses, that the provision was sneaked in and that the need for it was never proved. This despite a 21-page document that was presented to the committee to show the need of this change in the bill. All of it vastly removed from truth and reality. What is the truth? What is the actual situation? Section 22C, if you listen, you will also know. If Section 22C in the Zero Amendment Bill does not prohibit foreign participation in a South African private security company, but rather provides for a restriction on the extent of foreign ownership in a registered private security company. Item 15 of the transitional provisions in the bill, some of us read sections of the bill, but leave out the other sections that provide context in the totality of the bill. Item 15 of the transitional provisions in the bill recognizes the existing rights of non-citizens of the Republic who already have shareholdings in the private security industry. The transitional provision is intended to address the withdrawal of foreign involvement in excess of the statutory participation limit in a responsible manner. All new applications will, however, need to comply with the provisions of the bill once it becomes an act. The ANC is very aware of our international obligations. Section 22C of the bill gave serious consideration to the South Africa's commitments under the World Trade Organization and the General Agreements on Trade in Service, the GATS. The transitional provisions in the bill is an acknowledgement of South Africa's commitments and the GATS. One of the service categories that were liberated by South Africa when signing the World Trade Organization's GATS was that of the investigation and security, CPC 873. United Nations Central Product Classification List, CPC, provides a more detailed explanation of the scope of investigation and security services by breaking the category down into 6 subcategories. 1, investigation services. 2, security consultation. 3, alarm and monitoring services. 4, armored car services. 5, guard services. 6, other security services. As a developmental state, we have a responsibility to ensure that we protect our national and our security interests, and that we have domestic legislation that provides the necessary mechanisms to protect such interests. In the context of a broader national and international security, a restriction on foreign investment in a sector such as private security industry become both reasonable and justifiable. Such a practice is not without international precedent if one takes into account the legislation of other countries. The recent trend in other countries is to either, as the Minister has indicated, totally prohibit ownership of private security services by foreigners, or to restrict the extent of foreign participation and to give a majority shareholding and control to its own citizens. I also want to ask the question, what is wrong if South Africa wants to open up this industry for its own people? Research indicates that most private security and military companies are incorporated in the United States, the United Kingdom, and South Africa. PMC became increasingly prolific at the end of the Cold War when many countries downscaled their military capacities. This resulted in a large number of military operatives that were dismissed and who created their own private militaries. The line between private security companies and private companies, military companies, is increasingly becoming blurred. Depending on the market opportunities, private security companies undergo a metamorphosis. It's not unusual to find a security service in country A, military service in country B, humanitarian service in country C, and a construction service in country D, all provided by the same company. This includes foreign companies operating in South Africa while providing other services other than security in other parts of the world. In the United Kingdom, the Arms to Africa affair involving a former British colonel based in London sparked parliamentary consideration of private military and security company regulation. In the USA, there has been a flurry of legislative activity in the wake of the prisoner abuse scandal at Abu Ghraib, in which US contractors were implicated. The dynamism within the private security sector is fast-paced, and regulatory mechanisms seem to lag behind. Through years of expansion, some of the foreign-owned private security companies are involved in large takeover deals. Some of these deals involve swallowing companies that are disreputable. The links of these companies to foreign companies with questionable human rights record, as well as with foreign states, pose a security threat to South Africa. The Minister has referred to Caroline Holmquist's work, and I also want to refer to that. She's a well-known researcher in the industry, and she indicated the link between security companies and companies within the information technology and electronic systems industry, and how they put security companies in a position to involve themselves in technology-intensive aspects of intelligence gathering. Many of the actors in the intelligence branch of the private security sector originated as either IT consultants or telecommunication companies, only to diversify their portfolios also to cover security-related services. Why are we blind to these realities? AirScan, a Florida-based company, has provided aerial intelligence gathering services in Angola, the Balkans, Colombia, and Sudan. The establishment of the Exemption Advisory Committee in Section 21 is an important guarantee that companies will be affected by the bill receives a fair hearing, either in terms of exempting them from the 51% ownership or increasing the threshold, because we also provided for the opportunity to increase or decrease this threshold. The committee consists out of the authority, the Secretariat, Department of Home Affairs, the South African Police Service, the Department of Trade and Industry, and the State Security Agency. The advisory committee will advise the Minister on the desirability of exempting a service, The advisory committee will advise the Minister on the desirability of exempting a service activity, a practice, equipment, person, or entity from any provisions of this Act, provided that such exemption does not prejudice the achievement of the objects of this Act. We went further and we put it in the Act, in the bill, that the Minister must put these regulations before the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, and consultation around these regulations must take place like usual when we do regulations. I want to take the opportunity to thank the Technical Committee under the leadership of the Secretary of Police, Ms. Jenny Aris-Kaboshiani. I want to take the opportunity to thank Commissioner Jacobs from the SAPS, who was lent to us to assist with the drafting. I want to thank all the other members who served on the Technical Committee, including the Chief State Law Advisors. Also want to thank the researchers of the committee, the Secretary of the committee, and the Content Advisor. I would also like to thank the members of the committee, with the exception of the issue of foreign-owned ownership. The committee agreed on this bill in full. That was the only exception in the whole of the bill. Now, I think it's quite obvious why. Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Minister, I indicated last week during the SONA debate that the ANC will always pursue an independent security agenda in the interest of South Africa and her people first. We are not a surrogate country. We have shed the shackles of colonialism, and we are definitely not attached to the purse strings of the corporate. Ours is to pass the best possible legislation in the interest of our country. The ANC supports the bill.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Kola Barnett.
Deputy Speaker, an economy is a fragile thing, far too easily damaged than any citizen would like. It is therefore bizarre as to why a bill that will most definitely lead to disinvestment and job losses in an industry that employs hundreds of thousands of people being considered by this House at all. Indeed, the Democratic Alliance is perplexed. When the Minister of Police made a rare visit to the Police Portfolio Committee on the 30th of October 2012, to brief members on the Censure Amendment Bill, little did we know that he would come with a bill so inexplicable, it's still difficult to believe any South African actually believes some of the claims he made. Had that bill been bludgeoned through the committee, it would, we have no doubt, have led to massive job losses, decreased investment in this country, and posed a security risk to all South Africans. The impact of this bill on the poor in particular must be highlighted. Private security companies free up capacity for the SAPs to focus on areas where violent crime is at its highest and in communities which cannot afford private security at all. If private security firms leave, and some will after this bill is passed, there will be more demand on an already overstretched SAPs. In the end, it will be the communities with the highest rates of crime that will feel the brunt. No one wants to pay for private security. And it's not just our citizens and small businesses that depend on private security companies. More and more government departments, state entities, state security agencies, they depend on them too. Why are we doing this to ourselves when we have such a high rate of crime in our country? Why are we doing this to ourselves when our SAPs need more help and not less? This is a minister who's disconnected from the plight of the people on the ground. It's a minister who is more intent on election time gimmicks in this House than on discharging his full duty to keep South Africans safe in our communities. The story of the bill tells a story of a government which is not committed to either job creation or the fight against crime, especially for the poor. The minister argued that foreign-owned private security companies somehow posed a risk to national security. But despite question after question after question from the Democratic Alliance, neither he nor the Secretary of Police have ever given a cogent explanation as to why they think this is. We challenged him to tell us in plain language why foreign-owned private security firms somehow threaten national security. He couldn't. Needless to say, the Police Portfolio Committee unanimously agreed that this bizarre bill be sent back for redrafting, which it was. A new version arrived late last year. All parties agreed it was absolutely acceptable. It would achieve adequate regulation for the industry, the uniforms, the firearms, everything laid out by the previous speaker, and we duly took it to our caucuses, all of which approved of the work we had done and the bill as it stood. Then at the 11th hour, our new chairperson announced that actually the expropriation or indigenization clause was being reintroduced. She tried to hustle the other members of the Police Portfolio Committee into voting on what had suddenly become a vastly different bill. We united and refused. We united and refused because it will result...
Madam Deputy Speaker, may I address you on a point of order?
Yes, sir.
The Honourable Van Wyk has accused the member of lying. I submit that's unparliamentary.
Honourable Van Wyk.
She's clearly misleading the House. I withdraw the word lie, but she's misleading the House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it should be an unconditional withdrawal. This is making a
Honourable
qualification.
I withdraw the remark lie. The honourable member did mislead the...
Can you continue, honourable member?
Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's not acceptable.
Withdraw.
Honourable Van Wyk, can you just withdraw?
I did.
Other part you'll put when you
I
want to put
withdraw.
it. Can you continue?
Thank you. We united and refused because it would result in job losses and hamper the fight against crime. I wrote to the Speaker and the proposed debate was pulled from the order paper. This year, the bill appeared before us again. There were letters from various embassies sent to the chairperson expressing grave concerns about the bill, which letters she chose not to share with the committee. The reintroduction of this clause at a time when our rand is in a sustained weakness against major global currencies and when analysts are stating that ours is one of the hardest hit currencies in the emerging market will have catastrophic consequences for our economy and investor confidence. Jobs will be lost and our country's unemployment rate will soar. Massive private security companies will be under threat of closure as their majority shareholdings are taken and warehoused by the state, and job losses there mean more pressure on the SAPs and even less delivery to the poorest of the poor. The SAP's law advisor admitted to me personally in the committee that this bill will allow the minister to expropriate 100% of any foreign-owned security service provider. As I walked into the House, I was tipped off that the Department of Trade and Industry do not approve of this bill and that our trading partners are absolutely furious. On top of that, there were no real answers given. When asked what would happen if these companies would not rather pack up and leave South Africa, the Secretary of Police said she didn't think that would happen but had no research on it. When asked what would happen if foreign-owned companies did not succeed in selling 51%, she said no compensation was on the table. When asked if this move would deter foreign investment, she said she didn't think so but hadn't done any research on the matter. When asked how she would determine foreign ownership of shares sold freely on the stock exchange, she said she had no idea, nor had she done any research on the matter. This is seat of your pants, help me win the election legislation. This opens the door wide for further corrupt activities enriching the lives of an elite few, who, one might ask, will be sold those massively expensive 51% shareholdings for a few cents on the rand. This limiting of foreign ownership will send loud and very rude signals to foreign investors. For example, most security technology, from alarm systems to CCTV systems, are manufactured and distributed by international companies. If no South African wants to buy the 51%, the license to operate will simply be rescinded and the company shut down. Hundreds of millions of rands of investment that companies made in this country will be lost, and thousands of South Africans will be out of work. The Democratic Alliance believes this bill today includes what constitutes an unlawful expropriation under Section 25 of the Constitution. Additionally, we believe it may also place the government in breach of its obligations under the SA-UK bilateral and other 45 bilateral investment treaties. This insertion will, we have no doubt, ensure there will be numerous BIT claims and we may be subject to arbitral proceedings before international arbitral tribunals. There are plenty of other countries to invest in, and this bill could be the one that tips the scales against South Africa. This bill is a disaster. The Democratic Alliance is convinced it will be taken to court and sent back like the Hawks bill, now on its, third time back, by the courts. It's yet another indication that Zuma's ANC is not serious about growing the economy, creating jobs, or fighting crime.
Honorable Ramatekan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, Ministers, honorable members. It is correct that the bill, 95% of the bill has been agreed by the committee, 100%. We know it is an important bill, piece of legislation to regulate. But the 5% of the bill is what pours the cold water on the bill that we think is an important bill. And this 5%, I think the Speaker has already spoken to. We know what the problems and the concerns of the police and the government is insofar as the security is concerned. And we understand those concerns when it comes to the issue of the security. We understand that as we speak today, maybe the private security is more than double the police and the army put together. That's a concern. But the issue is how you deal with that particular concern. We are concerned about the policy of the country. There's a policy in terms of government that deals with the foreign direct investment. We are concerned how this particular section, particularly the section that deals with the ownership, it is going to deal with that particular policy. Government policy outlook is that we want to mobilize direct foreign investment in the country. What are the unintended consequences for this piece of legislation insofar as that is concerned? Number two, the second question that we are worried about is the perception. The perceptions that, and I listened to carefully to Honorable Van Wyk speaking about the threat, security threat. South Africa, as we speak today, is a country that is hailed as the best destination for investment, politically stable. What is the intended consequences for a piece of legislation for this that speaks about the possible foreign threat into the country in terms of its stability? That's the concern number two. So our problem is the bill is good that we want to legislate, we want to amend, but the question is going to be, how do we police this particular provision of the bill? Today, as we speak, at 5 o'clock, Johannesburg Stock Exchange can sell the shares, can sell the ownership, of the security, and they can buy. How are we going to make sure that there's a full compliance with this particular piece, particularly this provision itself of the legislation? So, do we have the police to police that particular aspect? So we think that, in fact, the Department of International Affairs, the one that regulates South African outlook in terms of the policy, what is their view with respect to this particular provision insofar as mobilizing the foreign direct investment into the country? What is the view around the other department that deals with this particular provision? So our issue, we would want to support this bill. We want to support this bill. The only problem is this 5% of the issue of the ownership, which we quite don't know how we're going to be able to police that. We were thinking, Deputy Speaker, that if we provision of this particularly section 20D of the bill itself, that particular section is withdrawn, we're able to support this bill as it stands currently. And we then finalize the issue about the foreign direct investment and the country policy outlook in terms of foreign investment in the country. That will make it easy because we think putting it through the police this way, it is inappropriate. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Ndlovu.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, and the Honourable Minister and the Honourable House. Le Bill Minister Intlega. You know in the auto. Ukonakala kwayo kuqale ngokuthi singalali sisebenza ibhili senza yonke into kuthe ekugcineni singasazelela ukuthi kuzasazoqhamuka okunye kwavele kwaqhamuka iphepha nje ndize emoyeni lizokhuluma ukuthi kufunakala kube khona u51 no49%. Manje uyabona ke iyahlupha ke lento umhlonishwa ngoba konke kade sikwenza ngoba kufanele ukuthi le bill isebenze ngokusemthethweni. Siyazi ukuthi inhlupheko zingakanani ngokwe security police lapha ezweni. Siyazi ukuthi kudingeka kangakanani ukuthi ama security industries agadwe ngokusemthethweni. Sihlusho ukuthi ke manje uma kuwena ngqongqoshe kungeyona ungqongqoshe wezimboni nongqongqoshe we-international relations ozogada lokhu uzoyeka lo msebenzi omkhulu kangaka ukugada impilo zethu uyogada ne-stock exchange wena mina ngikuthanda kabi ukugada amaphoyisa manje uma uzosuka futhi usuyogada i-stock exchange uthi kobe kusalunga ngqongqoshe yilokho nje mhlonishwa ngithi-ke mhlawumbe akufuna kulungiswa ngizokuxoxela indaba ngaya mina kwi-caucus yami kokuqala ingekho i-foreign lokhuzana foreign ownership ngaya ngiyi-positive yafika i-caucus yanginike i-positive response uthe maqhamuka leli phepha ade ngikhuluma ngalo ukuthi laqhamuka lindiza nje emoyeni uma sekukhulunywa ngalo-ke ngase no ngoba sengimdala I must go back ngobuza kwabadala ukuthi kuzolunga yini ukuthi leli phepha elindize emoyeni ngilamukele noma cha. Base bengixoxela ke abaziyo ukuthi uyabona kungcono kube i-Department of Trade and Industry noma i-Department of International Relations engabeka ipolicy nge-foreign investment kulelizwe, hayi amaphoyisa. Ngihlushwa yilokho-ke ngqongqoshe, uyabona njengoba ngimele lapha nguve lapha kaNdlovu, ngimele IFP, yilokho nje okungihluphayo. Uma ngase kulunge lokho, iphila inalutho. Inotho-ke ngqongqoshe ngoba isinekhoma igcinile. Ifana nomuntu-ke othi eshela umuntu wesifazane besithi umbona nje leli soka lakho ingoba linento ethile akhombiswa kaye ukukhulumela yena. Nami-ke ngizama ukukhulumela mina la ukuthi le bhili yinhle kabi yoniwa nje into eyodwa kuphela ile foreign ownership okhuluma ngayo. Ngakho mase ungilungisele yona nje lo 20 C&D okule bhili mase uyabona nje masukuma lapha uzogudlula yona la ngaphambi ukuthi sivote yadlula ibhili. Mangenzekanga lokho mhlonishwa sohlangana eminyango ukuxoxela ukuthi ngeke ngiyisupport le bhili. Ngiyathokoza.
Enkosi Mhlonishwa. Honorable, there's a...
Deputy Speaker, ngihlupheka kakhulu ngoba ummeli wesibini we-IFP okhuluma ngokushela intombazana. Manje ngiyazibuza ukuthi kwenzekani. Ingathi abahluthi yini Deputy Speaker, siyabuza.
Ubuza ukuthini Deputy Speaker? Ukushela intombazana. Phela Deputy Speaker, mina ngumuntu wasemakhaya. Ngazi ukuthi yithi esishelayo. Angaze nje ngishelwe mina khona izintombi ezinhle kabla endlini kodwa zikaze zingishelwe mina. Ngazi ukuthi yithi esishelayo. Ngakho yiloko ukukhuluma ke kade nje.
Enkosi Tadundlovu. Honorable Groenewald.
Agbare adjunct speaker, die grootste verantwoordelikheid van wetgewerlede is om te verseker dat 'n ingeligte besluit geneem moet word wat in die beste belang van die kiesers of die burgers van 'n land is. Nou ek wil vandag vir u sê, 'n besluit op hierdie wetsontwerp is nie 'n ingeligte besluit nie. Daar kon nie by die portefeulje komitee inligting verskaf gegee het in terme van hoeveel aanhouding of aandeelhouding daar is in terme van buitelandse maatskappye nie. Daar is nie inligting gegee in terme van wat die werklike effek gaan wees op die industrie in terme van werksverliese nie, want dit is eenvoudig net nie bepaal nie. En dan word daar nou van dag verwag dat lede 'n besluit moet neem in belang van die kiesers. Ek sê vir u, hierdie wetsontwerp kan nie aanvaar word nie. Daar is gevestigde belange deur maatskappye en ek wil ook vir u sê dat hierdie wet gaan weer veroorsaak dat ons as wetgewerlede hierso met rooi gesigte sit omdat hierdie wet op die einde van die dag sal eindig in die grondwethof. En dit is eintlik skandalig dat ons ons eie onbevoegdheid dan wil weergee deur 'n oningeligte besluit te neem om hierdie wetsontwerp te ondersteun. Wat is die kern hiervan? Die kern is dat daar word gesê dat as buitelandse maatskappye meer as 'n 50% aandeelhouding het, dit 'n bedreiging is vir staatsveiligheid. It's a threat to state security. Honorable Minister, I will tell you what is a threat to state security. The threat to state security are the criminals in the South African police services, who is a disgrace for those hard-working members of the police services. They are a threat to state security. People like Ndludli, who was the chief or the head of crime intelligence, those people are a threat to state security of South Africa. Because the ANC keep appointing people because of their loyalty to the ANC party and not to their ability and competence to do the job. That is a threat to state security. And I want to appeal to the Honourable Minister. get rid of those people. It's not foreign companies that is a threat to state security in South Africa. Die impak van hierdie wet, agbare adjunkspeaker, is van so 'n aard dat dit mense uit werke kan sit en gaan sit. En dit is nie die industrie se skuld as hulle goed kan geld maak uit veiligheid nie. Dit is juis, en hulle floreer, want daar is omtrent 3 sekuriteitspersone vir elke lid van die polisie, as gevolg van die feit dat die ANC-regering nie sy grondwetlike plig nakom om die burgers van Suid-Afrika te beskerm teen die misdadigers nie. Nou moet hulle dubbel betaal, hulle betaal belasting en hulle moet vir sekuriteit bepaal. Ons sal nie hierdie wetsontwerp ondersteun nie. Ek dank.
Your time is up. Honorable Molebatsi.
Motlotlegi motlatsa mmusa kgotla, motlotlegi motlatsa presidente, batlotlegi ditona le batlatsa ditona, maloko a tlotlegang a ntlo le galagala le baagi ba Afrika Borwa ka kakaretso. Ntitlang ba gaetsho ke le dumedise. The Private Security Industry Regulation Amendment Bill was introduced to improve the regulation over private security companies, and we have succeeded in this object. The amendment bill fills some major gaps within the regulation of the private security industry of South Africa, and it introduces several strict measures for compliance. A major improvement to the Principal Act is that the amendment bill now specifies the registration requirements for security business in 11 distinct categories, which was never stipulated before. These categories include the following: guarding, close protection, response security, assets in transit, event security, manufacturers, private investigators, security training, electronic security, locksmith, and security advisors. The registration requirement for security business operating within these categories will greatly improve the consistency and uniform standards of operations. The minister may also determine additional categories of security business which must be published in the Government Gazette. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as the NC, we are very happy that the authority is now empowered to determine training standards for these categories of businesses to which they must comply and which will also contribute greatly to the uniform standards within this environment. To Honorable Kona Barnett, you are so scared. And nobody will lose jobs. What is your agenda? What is your agenda? Agbare Groenewald, ek het nuus vir jou. Hierdie ANC regeer. En hierdie ANC het 'n goeie storie om te vertel. We are so used to seeing private security guards these days, and it is very easy to confuse a private security guard with a member of the South African Police Service. Their uniforms and insignia used by several private security companies closely resemble that of SAPS and SANDF at Metro Police units. This creates confusion amongst the public and is a major concern to the ANC, as it should be to every citizen. South Africa has only one legitimate police service, and that is SAPS. The amendment bill greatly improves the control of the use of uniforms, insignia, emblems, title, symbols that may be used by private security companies. The amendment bill now require the minister to publish guidelines around the uniforms, insignia, emblems, titles, symbol, distinctive badges or buttons that may be used and not used or worn by a security provider. This provision also applies to vehicles. The amendment bill clearly stipulates that it is a punishable offense to use such uniforms. Emblems like that correspond or can be confused with that of SAPS and SANDAF. The committee went even further in that the bill now also prohibits that such uniforms correspond to that worn by officers in municipal offices. These stringent measures clearly illustrate the commitment made to the amendment bill to improve the regulation of the private security industry. And these stringent measures further comply with the Constitution of South Africa, which makes it very clear that the security services of the Republic consist of a single defense force and a single police service. Any private service deliberately creating confusion on this will be punished. The amendment bill provides for compulsory registration and renewal of registration of all security service providers. These companies must take the responsibility to register their services with CIRA. But I want to urge South Africans to take responsibility to make sure that when we use this service to ensure that business is registered. By taking this responsibility, we ensure an ethical and accountable industry. All it takes is a simple telephone call to CIRA. Let us work together with CIRA to create a responsible private security industry and better the lives of the people. The bill also provides for the exemption of companies from the requirement of the bill as long as it does not prejudice the achievement of the object of the bill. And because this is a responsible piece of legislation which will be applied by a responsible government of the ANC, it does not give the Minister of Police a complete discretion on the exemption of the service providers. The bill provides for the establishment of an exemption advisory committee to make recommendations to the minister in respect of the exemption of companies which must be published in the Government Gazette. The advisory committee consists of a representative of CIRA, the Civilian Secretariat for Police, the Department of Home Affairs, the South African Police Service, the Department of Trade and Industry, and the State Security Agency. The Private Security Industry Regulation Amendment Bill also ensures the accountability of private security industry. Section 10 of the bill provides that the Council of CIRA must report to the minister on a range of issues, including all instances in which a firearm was discharged by a security officer in the performance of his or her duties, causing death or injury to another. This will ensure that the minister is aware of all developments within the environment. The section also requires the reporting of information of criminal complaints to the South African Police Services for investigation. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the amendments made to the Private Security Industry Regulation Act through the amendment bill were necessary and will no doubt yield success in the approved regulation of the private security industry of South Africa.
Thank you,
yes,
Honorable
as the
Member.
ANC, we do have a
time
good
is up
story
now.
to tell. The ANC supports the bill.
Honorable Stapp.
Achtbare young speaker, dit wil vir my lyk of die rekenaarskerms by achtbare Kohler Barnard se toespraak vasgehak het omdat dit so indrukwekkend was. Die privaat sekuriteitsindustrie is een van die groot rolspelers in die Suid-Afrikaanse ekonomie. In terme van werksverskaffing, Hul bydrae tot die ekonomie beloop op bedrag van ongeveer 50 miljard rand per jaar, wat dit dan ook een van die grootste sekuriteitssektore in die wêreld maak. Met ongeveer 445 aktiewe geregistreerde lede is die sektor meer as dubbel die getal lede van wat die SAPD verteenwoordig. Een aspek wat aanleiding gee tot die hersiening van die wetgewing was dan ook om toe te sien dat die buitelandse betrokkenheid en eienaarskap nie 51% oorskry nie, om sodoende te verseker dat die meerderheidsaandeel aan Suid-Afrikaanse burgers beskikbaar gemaak word. Tydens die komitee se bespreking was dit ook gemeld dat privaat sekuriteitsfirmas met buitelandse belang 'n sekuriteitsrisiko vir die land inhou. Dit is egter ook ironies dat die argument gevoer word dat buitelandse intelligensiedienste sodanige instansies gebruik om sensitiewe inligting te verkry, veral uit staatsdepartemente wat van die privaat sekuriteitsindustrie gebruik maak. Die gebruik van die privaat sekuriteitsindustrie om regeringsinstansies te beskerm is die direkte gevolg van die huidige regering se onvermoë om poste in die SAPD te vul met goed opgeleide personeel, en derhalwe is dit dan ook nie snaaks dat die ADT groep byvoorbeeld deur dieselfde SAPD gekontrakteer word om hulle eiendom te beveilig. SIRA word die taak opgelê om die bedryf te reguleer en te sorg dat die 51% teiken in eienaarskap nie oorskry word nie. Terselfdertyd moet hulle bepaal welke firmas 'n bedreiging inhou vir die veiligheid van die staat. Dit is egter nie duidelik of SIRA oor die nodige opgeleide personeel beskik om hierdie spesialisttaak uit te voer nie. Die teenargument is of 'n beperking op buitelandse aandelehouding enige uitwerking kan hê op die verkryging van sensitiewe inligting van 'n staatsdienskantoor. Een probleem kan nie met 'n ander probleem synde SIRA se onvermoë beredder word nie. Die oplossing lê in die daarstelling van 'n voltallige, goed bemagtigde polisiestruktuur wat volgens die grondwet veronderstel is om na die veiligheid van elke burger in die land om te sien. Minister, plak die pleister op die regte plek, naamlik die bestryding van kriminaliteit, eerder as om die buitelandse belang in ons ekonomie te probeer neutraliseer. Want dit klink nie vir my dit klink vir my net na die verkeerde storie. Ek dank u.
I thank the honourable member. Honourable J.K. Muping, you have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, Deputy President, the Minister, Members of Parliament. I've ascended this podium, Honourable Speaker, to appreciate and acknowledge a good story about Private Security Industry Regulatory Authority. I have also, Honourable Speaker, elected to take the stand to appreciate and accept the challenges that the institution face. I stand here in front of this House to do this against the animation and vigor with which the opposition has chosen to condemn SIRA. We refuse, Honourable Speaker, as the ANC to find solace in finger-pointing, dismiss government in an endeavour to electioneer in the face of the South African populace. We in the ANC, Honourable Speaker, take our responsibility seriously. And the demonstration of that is through addressing challenges as and when they arise. And that is what exactly we did with SIRA. We identified challenges and need to amend the laws governing SIRA and resolved on the necessity to create new laws for effective functioning of SIRA. Our intended objective being to foster efficiency. 4 years ago, Honourable Speaker, the Minister of Police created a ministerial task team to assist SIRA. As the authority was in a critical financial position and needed realignment. Since then, the authority has come a long way and has had many successes over the past years. For this, we congratulate it. But more needs to be done in order to effectively regulate the private security industry in South Africa. Anyone thinking that this is an easy task is mistaken. We are looking here at a 50 billion rand industry. That does not really want to be regulated too much, and that will like the status quo to remain indefinitely. Unfortunately, that is not possible. The industry needs tighter regulations, and to effect these regulations, we need a tighter authority. Through the Private Security Industry Regulation Amendment Bill, we improved the governance of CIRA significantly. CIRA is accountable, it is transparent, it respects the rule of law, it is responsive, it is equitable, and it is effective. Through the amendment bill, the governance of CIRA reflects these values. A clear distinction is drawn between the council and the authority, with clear guidelines for the appointment and responsibilities of the council. The Minister of Police, in consultation with Cabinet, appoints the council of the authority. We acknowledge the fact that a strong council is needed to give strategic direction for the regulation of the private security industry, and as such, we as the ANC demanded that members of the council must, when viewed as a collective, be persons who are suited to serve on the council by the merit of their qualifications and knowledge in the fields of finance, law, and governance. This will ensure that the council will be able to identify possible problems in the operations of CIRA before it becomes a crisis. The minister also has the responsibility to report to Parliament on the appointments, as well as their qualifications and experience. As the constitution of the council is important, Honorable Speaker, it should be noted that it is also difficult. That is why it is important to build strong measures into legislation to keep councils accountable. The amendment bill allows that the council member is automatically disqualified on a number of grounds, and amongst them is a criminal conviction. But also, and importantly, when a council member is absent from 3 consecutive meetings without excuse, the member gets disqualified. This is one of the most significant governance improvements made to the Principal Act. The council, together with the minister, must also publish rules regarding the management of the council and the effective execution of its functions, and must take cognizance of the principles relating to improved service delivery, quality of training, and integrity to the public. The bill allows for governance that is accountable, that is transparent, that respects the rule of law, that is responsive, that is equitable and effective. These are just some of the most important improvements we made to the Principal Act. Changes that will actually improve the day-to-day functioning of CIRA. Unlike the honorable members on this side of the House, Honorable Speaker, who like to criticize, whether it is a process or the actual changes made to the bill. The regulatory authority is no doubt stronger through this amendment bill. But, Honorable Speaker, let us firstly also deal with some of the comments that were made. One, Honorable Matlakan, I don't remember seeing you in a committee meeting discussing this bill. So responding to what you were saying is not really necessary. But I am reminded, Honorable Speaker, of Comrade Joe Slovo. When he was still alive, he would go a long way into assisting members of the opposition to understand what colonialism of a special type is. Now, if you have some services in your country being undertaken or delivered by some people from outside there, effectively it suggests that you allow yourself to be colonized. And why rest the security of the country? Why rest the security of the country in the hands of people who are not originally from your country? Why is it a problem? Why is it a problem if,
Order, members, order.
Why is it a problem if, as the ANC, we say, allow the people of this country take responsibility of their lives? Why is it difficult? Now, there must be a reason, Nyambos, Honorable Minister. There must be a reason, and that we will be able to get in due course. But since Comrade Joe Slovo is not here, Mkulua, I think, is here, he'll be able to assist you with that exercise of understanding. Or if you don't want them, Mkulua, the speaker can sponsor a trip to Christiana where I stay. I can also volunteer in doing that. Now, you see, the problem I have with the opposition is that when we say South Africans should take responsibility of this exercise, they think of job losses. Now, job losses is only when it is owned by South Africans. But the minister has just explained, you don't change the format. There is nothing that you change. When we talk about ownership by South Africans, we only say, let us assist South Africans to be part of this industry so that in the process of things we assist in putting them in the mainstream of economic activity through the security industry. Now, to some people it is wrong. We don't know why. But it is because when we speak South Africans, the opposition think we are talking Africans. To the DA, it is Africans. But they claim to have Africans in their own party. Now, there are members, Honorable Speaker, of this committee, which I think if Honorable Mazibuko was here, I was going to report them to her. Because she must take responsibility of her members. If a committee of parliament is sitting and it is discussing serious matters, and members of the opposition decide to abandon the meeting, go outside because they are angry, their argument cannot be taken, and so forth. That is irresponsibility, that is ill-discipline. Now, members of the opposition must learn that in any gathering, in any meeting, you will need to sit down and hear the voice of others. And if you don't win the day, allow those who have won the day. All right.
Order, members, order.
Allow those who have taken better arguments for us to win the day. Now, I will remind you, Honorable Barnard, that I'm actually talking about you, and I raised it in a meeting of the committee. So it's not a secret. I told members of the committee that it's wrong. We can't run committees of parliament like that. We must respect that, committees of parliament. Now, Honorable Speaker, there is an issue that has been raised about the letter. Now, the secretary in the committee went on a long trip to explain how the 51% ownership will be filtered down or will be filtered in. Now, it is very unfortunate that members, after being convinced, they come and bring the issue here again. Now, reasons for the referral, let me assist to Comrade Diane.
Order, members, order.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker. Let me assist Honorable Kola Barnard. Honorable Kola Barnard, the reason for the referral of the bill back to the committee, now I want to remind you, was solely because of the committee report.
Member, yes.
Would you please remind this member?
Spoke about.
I've taken a point of order. Would you please?
Hold on, there's a point of order. What point are you raising on, sir?
Would you please inform the new member to address you and not members of the other parties?
Well, it's unfortunate that those members are the ones who address the House, not the Speaker. Now, the last issue that I want to address, Honorable Speaker, is
order.
The last issue that I want to address, it relates to the humble approach that the Minister of Police has approached this issue in the committee. You know, every time when members of the opposition attacks the minister, attacks the ANC and so forth, the minister has always been dedicated, disciplined, exercised humility to explain certain things that members of the opposition were asking to the minister. Now, for members of the opposition, you know, if you hate success, if you hate progress, don't instill the name of the person in whatever that you are raising. It is only correct, just appreciate that Minister Mtetwa has done an outstanding job in giving you better explanations in what you needed. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the honourable Minister.
This industry, Honourable Speaker, is going to be transformed. Firstly, on the threat, we said it here that the collection of intelligence, information by the security companies, the evidence of criminality and criminal activities by some of them, the allegations of mercenary activities to other countries from here in South Africa. If those things do not constitute the threat to security, I don't know what does. Two, this thing of a scarecrow of people who are going to disinvest, firstly, this is a very, very lucrative industry. And people who are involved in understand that very well. We have said it before, we are saying it now, that the supply and demand principle will not allow those people just to disinvest as you wish them to do. Kajeni, amaphoyisa kajeni, webo yabenyathi, amaphoyisa awazoyiphoyisa lento baba. Ilapha ya JSE. So njobi ilapha ya JSE. JSE iyo ezokwazi upreside kuyona. Akusiwa asothumela amaphoyisa lapha baba. Cha ngithi angicacise nje le ukuthi ungakhathazeki boya benyathi amaphoyisa awazoya lapha. Now the 51% which we are talking about, you can't say that you need to transform this industry and talk about everything else except ownership. It can't. The countries who have their security industries here, mainly US, UK, they do not restrict this industry in their country for foreigners. They outlawed them. They outlawed them. In fact, the last one with the British government, challenging EU on that because they are very clear in outlawing. And we're not outlawing. All what we're saying is that it must transform the ownership. South Africans must have a stake in the ownership of this. And we are not going to be apologetic about that. We'll ensure that that happens at the end of the day. The chairperson of the portfolio committee has always said, again, this thing did not come through backdoor, as it has been said. When I came to the portfolio committee, I presented this, the ownership included. What then happened in the deliberations of the committee, I cannot be responsible for that. But when I came to the portfolio committee, I talk about the need to transform this industry, which we are going to do. And part of that transformation included the issue of ownership. And we are standing on that. It's a correct thing. We're not doing the extreme as our friends are doing elsewhere in the world. We are restricting the industry so that it continues to grow with South Africans having a stake on it. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate. Honourable members, are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? There have been yes and no's. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, the Democratic Alliance calls for a division.
Okay, a division having been called, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Will the honourable members please take their seats, their allocated seats? I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below, which is the yes or no or abstain sign. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as a member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order. The question before the House is that the infrastructure, no. Thank you very much. Order. The question before the House is that the Private Security Industry Regulation Amendment Bill be read a second time. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read a second time will press the yes button. Those against will press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed.
Speaker, sorry, some of these aren't working in the back here.
Okay.
They're all flashing.
The suggestion is that the voting system is independent and it will work. Just press the button you wish to press. Don't press all of them at the same time. Just press the one you want to press. Either yes, abstain, or no. On member? All right. Those will be counted manually. Would you please record? Thank you. The voting is now closed. Order. The results is as follows. The yes votes are 202, the no 68, and there are 5 abstentions. Those are the results. Thank you very much. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Private Security Industry Regulation Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the 5th order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Reform on Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? There are objections. And I'll put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
Honourable Speaker, the Freedom Front requests division.
Thank you very much. Division having been called for, the bells will be rung for 3 minutes. Don't leave the House. Don't leave the chamber. Yeah, please do. Take the ones we don't need. Okay. Yeah. seats. Order. Please take your seats. I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as a member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order. The question before the House is that the report of the Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Reform on Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill be adopted. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. And those in favor of the report should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? The staff will do your vote manually, honored member. And thank you. The voting session is now closed. Order. The yes votes are 219. The no votes, 62. There are no abstentions. The question is therefore accordingly agreed to. The Secretary will read the sixth order of the day.
Second reading debate, Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honorable, the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform, the Honorable the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, His Excellency Deputy President, honorable members. In restoring social justice to those communities that were dispossessed of their land through many years of oppressive and discriminatory laws and policies, we have adopted a programmatic approach rather than a project one. This means that in line with the Bill of Rights contained in the Constitution, as well as legal precedents, such as the Grootboom case, socio-economic rights, which include land, will be dealt with in a progressive manner within the available resources of the state. This approach will ensure that constitutionally entrenched rights will be continuously realized, improving the quality of life of our communities on an ongoing basis. It is in this context, honorable members, that in his 2013 State of the Nation address, His Excellency President Zuma announced that the government has decided to reopen the lodgement of claims to accommodate people who missed out on the first window of opportunity and to explore exceptions to the 1913 Natives Land Act, 1913 cut-off date rather, to accommodate descendants of the Khoi and the San, heritage sites and historical landmarks. Mr. Speaker, the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill seeks to amend the Restitution of Land Rights Act of 1994, reopening the lodgement of land claims for a period of 5 years, from the date of the promulgation of this bill into law. The bill, once enacted, will allow deserving persons and communities to claim land taken away from them as a result of past racially discriminatory laws and practices. The bill also strengthens the capacity of the Land Claims Court, which adjudicates disputes from the restitution process by streamlining the appointment, tenure of office, remuneration and terms and conditions of judges, aligning them to those applicable to the High Court. We are aware that questions have been raised about the availability of funding for the reopening of the lodgement of claims. The reopening of claims is a policy of the government and shall therefore be funded, like all other programs, from the fiscus. Honorable Speaker, let me speak briefly on the exceptions to the 1913 cut-off date. Last year, the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform held a 2-day conference or dialogue with more than 600 representatives of the Khoi and the San across the length and breadth of the country, in pursuit of the President's directive that we explore exceptions to the 1913 cut-off date. Sitting in the gallery right up there, Honorable Speaker, are Western Cape members of a national reference group of 45 members, representing all 9 provinces of our country, including the chairperson, the chief, that's the chief, John Vedboy. We are collectively engaged in crafting policy on the exceptions with regard to the Khoi and the San. In April, we will meet in Kimberley to report progress to the President. What about other historically dispossessed Africans? No land dispossession took place in the 13% of the land, Honorable Speaker. All wars of dispossession took place in 87% of the land. That is where heritage sites and historical landmarks are to be found. Last year, Honorable Speaker, in December, we spent 2 days with the Nama in some place in Wellington here in the Western Cape. We were hosting a delegation from Namibia led by the Queen of the Nama, debating cultural matters that relate to the Nama people of our country. It was a very, very powerful 2 days dialogue or conference which took place there. Honorable Speaker, as we were seated there, we were shown the road that is running up from Cape Town, and we were told that that road runs up to Namibia and runs right through Northern Cape into Namibia. And that is the route which was followed by the Khoi and the San. And that is but one example of what we refer to as historical landmark. As we stood there, the leadership of the Khoi and the San, the Nama, they said to us, that route is very important to us. It is part of our life. It's part of our heritage. It's a historical landmark. That's what we are talking about when we refer to historical landmark. We're talking about land which generally is in 87% of our country. Honorable Speaker, in Pretoria, last year, and we invite people to visit this place. There's a beautiful memorial in Pretoria, in Kinnerton, where 56 households were removed. Then they got, because it's not restorable, then they were compensated financially. They then asked themselves the question, how will we remember? And they took a decision that they want a memorial there at Kinnerton. And it's a beautiful memorial. It's part of the good story that we are telling in terms of restoration of rights people lost through the policies and laws of apartheid. There, if you go there now, you will find a beautiful garden, which is a project which was put in place between ourselves and Tshwane Municipality and the community of Kilnerton, which now no longer resides there. There's a beautiful pillar there that's written, never again. And there are beautiful walls. You go there, you'll see beautiful walls where all the 56 households are, all the names of those households are written. And we think that in cases in the country, that's a good example, where people took the initiative and said each one of the households will pop out 1,000 rands. But the municipality said, look, we're partners here. We came together, all three of us, we built this beautiful monument. And we invite that all South Africans, those who lost land in areas which cannot be restored, that to think about this concept, which was brought about by that community of Kilnerton, to go there and see, look at what can be done. The people, the Nama people, the Khoisan people in Kimberley, they said, Honorable Speaker, the castle here is where subjugation took place. That's where it was planned, that's where it was executed against what they referred to as the First Nation of South Africa. That's where it took place. And last year at Kimberley, they proposed that the castle be transformed by government. They request government to transform the castle into a healing center for the people of the Khoisan, so that people can actually adjust by interacting directly with that castle here. That's why last year we engaged the Minister of Defense and agreed that they spend 2 days there in a conference. And this is something that we think is part of the good story that we're telling. That here are people who come to government and say to government of the African National Congress, we would like you to transform this place into a healing center. And then we want to use it as a conference, for a conference, 2 days, and they went there and they used it. We think that that is the route, that's part of what people are talking about when they say heritage sites, historical landmarks. These are symbols that were used against our people. We're saying, Honorable Speaker, that through these efforts which we are putting in place as a government, led by President Zuma, that we're moving South Africa forward towards a more egalitarian society that we're working for. We therefore think that, Honorable Speaker, that there could be no reason good enough to make us not support this bill. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister. I now wish to invite the Honorable Tibedi to the podium.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members. Honorable Speaker, today will go down the annals of history as the day in which the Democratic Parliament, the People's Tribune, took out a chisel and a hammer to strike off yet another statutory monument of its repressive predecessors. Once more, we have been offered the golden opportunity to, as the Constitution preamble seminally asserts, heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. We dare not fail posterity. We dare not fail our people. We dare not fail those who were disposed of their land. Not now when the poverty and unemployment mercilessly attack the most vulnerable of our society. Honorable Speaker, it was Cicero who observed and correctly saw that, I quote, "To be ignorant of what occurred before you were born is to remain always a child," close quote. Once more, honorable members, let us pierce through the historical Iron Curtain and reveal what lies behind it. The Restitution of Land Right Act 22 of 1994 was the first law passed by the democratic government that provided redress for the massive land dispossession that occurred under the colonial and apartheid governments. The act provides persons or their direct descendants and groups an opportunity to restitution claim for the lost land rights as a result of racially discriminatory legislation after 1913. This right is confirmed by Section 25, subsection 7 of the Constitution of 1996, which reads, and I quote, "A person or community dispossessed of property after June 1913 as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices is entitled to the extent provided by the Act of Parliament, either to restitution of that property or to equitable redress." Honourable Speaker, while an estimated 345,466 households, consisting of 1.7 million restitution beneficiaries, have reportedly benefited from the current program, this figure falls short of the estimated 7.5 million peoples who were dispossessed of their land rights as a result of racially discriminatory laws after the promulgation of the Native Land Act of 1913. This tends to establish the undeniable fact that a large portion of South Africans' historically disadvantaged population has been excluded from their constitutionally mandated rights to restitution for alienated land rights. Let me remind this Honourable House that the Native Land Act was promulgated, among others, to prevent squatting and sharecropping arrangements on white-owned farms, to create an abundance of cheap labor for white farmers and the mining industry, to put an end to land purchases by Africans, and to promote segregation. Let me now come to the vexed question of the 31st December 1998 deadline. I must, without ado, emphasize the fact that the timeframes have proven not only to be restrictive, but have invariably resulted in the exclusion of a large majority of historically marginalized citizens who lost property rights under apartheid and colonial regimes. The reason for this inadvertent exclusion vary, but they include, amongst others, inadequate creation of widespread awareness of the restitution program among general public. We acknowledge the department's Stake Your Claim campaign, which was an attempt at spreading awareness of the program and encouraging more eligible citizens to submit claims. However, incontrovertible evidence reveals that 3 years allotted to lodging claims was inadequate for educating the public of the right to file applications for restitution. Today, Honourable Speaker, we stand before this august House to commend to you the Restitution of Land Rights Act Amendment Bill, which is a testament that the ANC government is a caring government. Our government listened to the people's call to reopen the lodgement of the claims and subsequently commissioned a regulatory impact assessment to inform the feasibility of the reopening of the 1998 deadline for the lodgement of the land claimed by various persons and communities who were excluded from the restitution program. The impact assessment has come to the conclusion that the reopening the cutoff date will allow many more involuntary displaced individuals and groups to file applications for restitution, and that this will give those individuals and groups the chance at redress for historical injustice. The assessment further found that the reopening of lodgements will engender a more expansive and inclusive restitution program in which the millions of excluded dispossessed can again be informed of their right to claim restitution and be given enough time to organize and file applications. The regulatory impact assessment estimates that 397,000 valid claims will be lodged. This also relates to estimates of forced removals that took place between 1913 and 1994. The impact assessment calculates that it may cost 129 billion to 179 billion to settle these claims if settled within a 15-year period. This assessment also concludes that approximately 8,932,860 individuals could benefit directly from the claims, representing about 2,481,000 households. However, honourable members, this assessment does not take into account the fact that there will be claims which will be in respect of land already restored to communities, where to settle such claims will not need the government to spend more money, but will only require the beneficiary to be added on an already existing legal entity. It also noted that the assessment does not take into account that it will not cost the government any amount of money to restore state land to its rightful owners and beneficiaries. Clause 1 of the bill amends Section 21E of the Principal Act to extend the date of lodgement claims for restitution to the 30th of June 2019. In order to ensure that reasonable adequate notice is given to potential claimants, Clause 3 of the bill amends Section 11, subsection 1 of the Act to provide that the details of a claim must be published not only in the Gazette and the district in which the land in question is situated. The amendment makes it compulsory for the details of the claim to be published in the media circulating nationally and in the province in which the land is situated. Clause 5 amends Section 17 of the Act to create new offenses where a person unlawfully prevents a claimant from pursuing his or her right provided in the Act, and where a person lodges a claim with an intention to defraud the state. Let me hasten to indicate to the House that the proposed reopening of the cutoff date for submission of restitution claims has received widespread support from NGOs representing landless, land-hungry, and rural poor. The proposed extension window period for submitting restitution claims was welcomed by associations representing African farmers, particularly those located in KwaZulu-Natal. This we established during the hearing that we conducted as an ad hoc committee. However, most submissions by organized agriculture mostly consist of white committal farmers express staunch opposition to the reopening claims that this proposed measure is at odds with the interests of both landowners and existing claimants. Reasons cited for this opposition were based largely on presumptions that the proposed amendment holds disastrous implications for commercial agriculture as it threatens to create a black cloud of uncertainty over the farming sector. Even further, organizations representing commercial farmers warned against unintended consequences, such as expensive legal proceedings, further complications related to duplicate claims, deepening conflict between current beneficiaries and new claimants, the squandering of scarce government funds on fraudulent claims, and a never-ending restitution program that hampers overall economic growth. Allow me, Honourable Speaker, to assure all South Africans that the reopening of lodgement will not in any way negatively affect the growth of our economy. Through this bill we are commending before the House, we have reasonably narrowed the possibility of the process to be abused. I extend an invitation in particular to commercial agricultural farmers to join us as we together move back the frontiers of poverty and heal the divisions of our past. Yes, reversing the legacy of apartheid will from time to time prove to be a challenge. The challenge, comrades and compatriots, is one which we are willing to accept. The challenge is one which we are unwilling to postpone. Let me also indicate, Honourable Speaker, that this process is also aimed at enhancing the National Development Plan, which is a Vision 2030. There are, however, some who want to frustrate this process. They are trying every trick in the book to obstruct this process. We must not allow them to succeed. The people of South Africa who are following this debate, must be patient to follow this debate until the end. By doing so, they will be able to observe those who will be voting against this bill. Voting against this bill will be voting for backward movement towards 1913. But those who are watching at home, I also want to give them a friendly advice. They must take a careful look around the benches of this chamber. And they will see some who might be seriously mistaken as a delegation from the European Parliament visiting our parliament. Those are the people who are going to vote against this bill to try and obstruct the process. And I want to call upon all Africans who are members of this confusion to vote with their conscience, because we are talking about the land which belonged to their forefathers. They must not be fooled, because it is important for them to make a mark for progress. But let me also say to our people, there's only one weapon they can use to discipline all those who are opposed to progress, and opposed to transformation. May the 7th is the day where they can be in a position to exercise their votes. They will come to this podium and tell you that the process must be open for only 1 year. And they will tell you that if 1 year lapses, those who are left outside the door must be closed for them forever. I think that must be rejected with contempt. Because we are here as the African National Congress, given a mandate to run and transform this country. And we must do so with or without the support of the DA. If they want to support us, they're welcome. But if they want to be spectators in this process of transformation, so be it. Our mandate is clear. We are going to transform this country, because we believe that we did not only fight for liberation, we fought together with our people for liberation. So please, our people must be vigilant. Their time will come when they can exercise their vote, because if they vote for these parties which oppose this legislation, they must kiss transformation goodbye. And I'm confident in my own mind that they've already made up their mind. And they will support the African National Congress, because these ones who bring amendments through the back door, when they fail to convince the committee, cannot be trusted. They cannot be trusted when they're given a mandate to run the country. How do you run a country when you go through public hearings? When you're in front of the people, you can't raise these objections. You are afraid of the people that you want to lead. So what's the point? We are able to stand in front of our people and tell them whatever we want to tell them, because they believe that we are part of them. I'm not electioneering. I'm saying
order,
to you,
members, order.
Stop bringing amendments behind the back door. You are part of the committee. You are defeated in the committee. If you are a real democratic alliance, you must act democratically. So your new name you must register a new name, Democratic Alliance. The ANC move for the support of this bill.
I thank the honourable member. I now invite Honourable Swati to the podium.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Order,
the DA
members,
participated in the public hearings of Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill, where people raised important issues regarding this bill. Issues such as gender discrimination against women to access inheritance after the death of father or a husband, which was not covered in the bill, was raised, for example. We received complaints from claimants for not getting feedback on the status of their land claims. The constant changes of officials or project officers attached to land claims affected their delayed land claims. The Commission never communicated with claimants to inform them about changes and new contact details. Their files and claims are lost and missing as a result of that. More worrying, no one was held accountable. People complained about corruption and nepotism in some of the Commission's offices in Mpumalanga and KwaZulu-Natal, which still continue unattended by Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. Members of the public further noted their concerns that while the bill criminalized fraudulent claims by claimants, it was silent on fraudulent activities by government officials. They see a law that applies to some, but not for those who are politically connected. batho ba botšiša gore karolo ya magoši go molaokakanywa woo. Ba rata go tseba gore e ka ba magoši a tlo dumelela go tšea mafase a bona ao ba a hweditšego. Batho ba rata go bona Communal Property Association e tšwela pele go hlokomela mafase a bona ntle le tšhitišo. Ba laetša gore mmušo wa democracy o fa batho kgetho ya gore ba rata go šomiša tsela efe go hlokomela mafase le dithoto tša bona. Ba re di-CPA di hlomilwe ka molao gomme ba rata go bona di šoma. Setšhaba se lla ka go se fiwe di-title deed tša naga tša bona. Taba ye e ke hlobaelo go bona. Ga ba tshepe gore mmušo o tla dira seo leng gore ba kwana le sone. Ba gopola gore mmušo mohlomongwe o ka fetola dikgopolo wa tšea naga ya bona wa e fa batho ba bangwe. Ke ka lebaka le ba llang ka taba ya gore ba rata go ba hwetše di-title deed. Setšhaba se lla ka go kopanywa ga batho bao ba sa ba tsebego mafaseng a bona. Ba re taba yeo e hlola mpherefele le diphapano. Ba lla ka go nanya ga kabo ya mafase fao ba laetšang gore ba eme mengwaga e 30 ka mogare ga democracy go tloga ka 1994 le lekgono ba santse ba sa emetše mafase a bona. Ba re taba ye e hlola karoganyo lehloyo le dintwa setšhabeng. Go senywa ga mabitla Limpopo, North West le Northern Cape ke hloba boroko go maAfrika Borwa. Ba re molawana kakanywa woo o swanetše go aga botee bja setšhaba e sego go aroganya setšhaba. Batho ba nyaka khutšo le tšhomišano. Ba rata go bona tšwelepele nageng ya Afrika Borwa. DA e leboga botlhe batho bao ba tšereng karolo go molawana woo. Ba ntšha maikutlo a bona, ba ntšha dikgopolo tša bona mabapi le molawana woo. Manyami ke gore molawana kakanywa woo o tlile ka nako ya dikgetho batho ba gešo. Ge dikgetho di batamela molawana kakanywa wa ntšhiwa. Na molawana kakanywa bo o dutše kae ka dinako tše ka moka tšona? Re rata go tseba gona moo. DA e re democracy e phethagale nageng ya rena. Setšhaba se tee nageng e tee. DA e re a re godišeng ikonomi ka go šomiša naga go hlola mešomo le go boloka dijo. Se se laetša gabotse gore maAfrika Borwa re rata naga ya rena. A re rateng naga ya rena, a re ge re tšwa ka nako ya divoutu re tšwa ka makata a namane re kgethe bao e leng gore ka nnete ba tla tloga ba re emela therešo e sego go fora batho. Rena re le ba Democratic Alliance re dira boipiletšo go lena ka moka le nko magaeng gore di-7 ha di fihla le a tseba gore ditshepišo tša 20 years ga di a phethagala. Jwale rena ka Democratic Alliance re tla lefa ditshepišo tšeo e leng gore le tla kgona go di bona, la kgona go ipsina ka democracy yeo e leng gore le ka e šomiša. The democracy you can use. Batho ba re nang le bona lekgono mo ba bolela ditaba tše dintši. Ditshepišo tše dintši e fela a go tshepišo tlo phethagalang. Re a leboga.
I now invite the Honorable S.R. Barron to the podium.
His Excellency, the Deputy President, Honorable Minister, Speaker, and members. As far as the restitution of land rights is concerned, Parliament has its work cut out. There is no turning back, no more time for delay. The people of the Republic of South Africa want their land back. Many say, we want it now. Some, as in yesterday, and others, they want compensation, and they want it in their lifetime. Many of these claimants and beneficiaries are old and frail, and are afraid they may not enjoy this privilege before they pass on. A few months ago, during the Heritage Day debate in this House, we as COPE made reference to the fundamental right of access to and ownership of land, as well as the heritage of such land by descendants or children. Now we have seen the countryside of Gasegonyana and Fatman Matgau districts, Tabo Mafutsanyana, the hills of Sekukune and Waterberg, the Greater Taung, and so on. These fellow South Africans have a very simple argument. They say, when civilization came to South Africa, they did not present proof of ownership of the land they wanted to acquire, like a map or title deed or affidavit. They only had their desire to take what they wanted. The people of Botshabelo want to know what we have done with the mandate they have given us. In mid-Val, they say they have entrusted us with this task, but we can't deliver a simple thing, the land that they want. After the cut-off date of the 31st of December 1998, several campaigns and demands by members of the public and human rights groups were launched in favor of the reopening of the lodgement of claims, of land claims. The government reconsidered and found that there were deserving communities or persons who were dispossessed of their rights in land, but did not launch it for very different reasons. 3 in particular, they could not do it by the cut-off date of the 31st of December 1998. There were those that were dispossessed in rights of land prior to 19 June 1913, and the group that were dispossessed through betterment planning. As Congress of the People, we are satisfied that extensive consultation about this bill has taken place with members of the public as well as stakeholders by means of workshops, conferences, meetings, and individual inputs. We were faced, however, with growing concern from both civil society as well as beneficiaries about the pre-1913 claims mainly affecting the Khoi and San, not catered for in this bill. The slow transfer and awarding of title deeds across the board, lack of progress reports after claims were gazetted, the desecration of and destruction of graves in Northern Cape, Limpopo, and Northwest. Of major concern were the ethics and conduct of officials with regards to allegations of nepotism and fraud, and concern whether the department has a capacity for thorough research as well as financing of new claims. It is very cumbersome that in almost all the engagements with the public, there are complaints about alleged involvement of officials in fraudulent activities, naturally affecting the claimants negatively. This cannot be tolerated. We are therefore in favor of the clause in the bill that deals with the criminalization of fraudulent actions. Whilst the bill is clearly speaking of fraud during the process, the communities pointed out that it is silent on the conduct of officials. We, therefore, urge the administration to deal in such cases according to the laws that regulate government. Honorable Minister, effective communication must become a brand of the reopened land claims process, as it is a demand of the customers of government, the people of South Africa. We have promised at the launch of the Batupili principles that people will receive prompt response and accurate information, that they will be treated honestly and with dignity and respect. The main areas that is covered in the bill, the advantages in the bill will extend the period of lodging for 5 years. It will amend the period for notification requirements after the acceptance of the claim. It will criminalize the lodgement of fraudulent land claim. It will simplify the appointment of judges of the land claims court. Ons vra vir verdraagsaamheid. Hierdie keer ten gunste van die mense van Karais wat sê, ons kan julle 'n brief gee. Hierdie saal sou oorgeloop het as julle kommunikasie ons almal tydig bereik het. Ten gunste van Mozamela Siyaya van Jakkalsfontein, wat as kind aanskou het hoe hulle woonplek moes verlaat, omdat ander mense dit beter kon gebruik. Sy soek net vandag geregtigheid, ook vir die onthaalwe van die mense van die ou sand en meelkroek in Kakamas, tot Esbeleni in Queenstown. As ons dan in die mees regverdige boerdery of handelstaal of regstaal wil regverdig of redeneer waarom ons nie nou kan heropen nie, laat daar onthou word van die onreg van deur duisende inwoners aangedoen. Mense wat nie rus kon hê omdat hulle voortdurend iewers heen moes trek. As ons somme maak van 1913 tot 82, het ons geen rede om nou te haas met die hervestiging of vergoeding van die einste mense wat verontreg was nie. Verskywings het oor byna 7 dekades gestrek. Dit was dus 'n baie langsame proses wat mense verarm en minderwaardig gemaak het. Op die huidige oomblik het die parlementregering beheer oor die proses en is ons van plan om dit so te hou deur 'n ordelike uitrol van die hervestigingsprogram. Die begunstigdes verstaan dit so. Dit is die plan om hierdie proses nou nie te verongeluk nie. Daarom moet daar nou begin word. Ons wil nie hê die mense moet dit vir ons doen nie. Gevra of die georganiseerde rolspelers by die regering sal bly te midde van hierdie uitdaging waar daar nie van alle advies van belanghebbendes uitvoering gegee kan word nie, is dit verblydend om te sê dat Agri Suid-Afrika se gesant ja kon antwoord. Hulle aanbevelings was nie lynreg in verhouding met die komitee se aanbeveling nie, maar hulle bly verbind tot vennootskap
your time has expired.
en die regering. Cope ondersteun hierdie wetsontwerp.
Thank you. I now invite the Honorable Kulu to the podium.
Hlonishwa Somlomo, hlonishwa Sekela Mongameli wezwe, amalungu ahloniphekileyo alendlu. I stand here to support this amendment bill. This bill comes at a time when the people of South Africa who were forcefully removed from their land, some at the barrel of the gun, to make way for those in power during the apartheid days as well as the colonialist government. This bill seeks to reopen the opportunity for claimants to lodge in claims for land that was taken from them. I have experienced large numbers of people flocking into regional land claims offices, wanting to launch claims, only to be told the process of lodging claims were closed in December 31st, 1998. Honorable Speaker, if this Honorable House passes this bill, it will be allaying the challenges forced on those who could not meet the previous deadline. An example of people who have been inquiring from me about claims each time we met are those who were removed from Richards Bay to farms known as Ntambanana farms. The experience those people were exposed to were very painful. Forced to be packed into one tin house provided by the state, irrespective of how large the family was. We hope to see the full implementation of the 5-year period proposed by the bill, as well as the provision of the processed system of mobile offices. The mobile offices will be equipped with the ability to electronically record claims lodged, thus providing a more reliable process for claims to be addressed. Issues of files disappearing or being lost will be a thing of the past. The bill will go a long way in helping our people regain land that is rightfully theirs, and with each case, help eradicate the horrible effects of apartheid land grabs that have disadvantaged our people. Somlom, ngifisa nje ukubeka okumbalwa emnyangweni izinselelo ezikhona. Eyokuqala engayiphawula ileyo yalapho ngesikhathi kunikezelwa umhlaba kwababeclaimile ngesikhathi nababe ama-CPAs nama-trust. Abanye babo banikezwa umhlaba owawuvele usufakela ama-claim, imiphakathi yayesusiwe lapho. Ngicabanga ukuthi inselelo leyo umnyango okufuna ukubhekana nayo. Okwesibili, ngesikhathi sokuphoqwa kwabantu besuswe endaweni, kwake kwenzeka kususwa abantu besizwe endaweni bese kuzobekwa abantu besinye isizwe lapho. Yenye inselelo leyo ekhona eyodinga ukuthi umnyango uyibhekele ukuthi igcina iqoqwe kanjani. Ekugcineni kube leyo yama-trust athathe indawo ebezi applyelwe ngamanye ama-trust. Nawo Somlomo ngiyafisa ukuthi umnyango ukubheke ngoba lokho kudale ezinkulu inxushunxushu phakathi kwemphakathi endaweni la khona abantu befaka khona ama-claim emhlabathini abafisa ukuba ubuyele ezandleni zabo ngenxa yokuthi hayi uthathwe ngokwephucwa kubo. Okubuhlungu kakhulu kulabo abangamele imihlaba ethile Somlomo. Okwenzakalayo kunomkhankaso ukubulala amaliba okanye amadlinza okanye amathuna abantu abakulezo ndawo ngoba kwakunomqondo othi abantu ubufakazi bokuba babe ingxenye yokuba izakhamuzi lomhlabathi kokunye kwakho kuyokhonjwa amathuna lapho lele khona khokho babo okwenzakalayo ke kunomkhankaso okubulala lokho nakho esiyocela mhlawumbe ama ikhomishana ikubheka ikubhekisise ukuthi mangikhomba umhlaba nginofazi la kwakulelo bane kucatshangisiswe nakho kungashiwo ukuthi akulethwe izinto ezibhaliweyo ezingafundeka neziyolandelwa ngama researches ayokwenziwa emtapeni yolwazi ngithokoza kakhulu somlomo.
I thank the honourable member, and I wish to invite the honourable PC Ngwe Nyamabila to the podium.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Deputy President in absentia, Honourable Ministers and Deputies, Honourable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests. This day, the 25th of February 2014, will go down in the history of agrarian transformation and land reform as one of the milestones in the struggle for the restitution of the land rights. Thanks to the ANC and the civil society who together have traveled the road to where we are today. Today, the National Assembly will reopen the way for the deepening of the democratization of land reform and the reversing of the legacy of the 1913 Native Land Act. It was the ANC government who, in July 2005, informed by the 2002 51st National Conference of the ANC and the National Land Summit attended by 1,500 delegates under the theme, A Partnership to Fast-Track Land Reform, a New Trajectory Forward to 2014. It was at this summit that the declaration of the review of the willing buyer, willing seller was first put forward. A substantial number of delegates at the Land Summit were the land claimants who were impatient with the pace of the restitution and the impact of it on their lives. The summit therefore called for the speeding up of the process of settling rural claims and restoring land to claimants, expropriating land under claim where negotiations with landowners failed, reopening of the lodgement process for eligible restitution claimants who missed the 1998 deadline, improving development planning for claimants who have returned to their land, and a holistic approach to restitution of mineral rights and rights to water, forest, as well as land. Speaker, that summit set the 2014 as the target in the implementation of the new trajectory. Today, we can speak to practically implementing that new trajectory. We have recorded a significant progress. The ANC policy and the perspective of the land restitution was written in the Constitution and Section 25. ANC policy, as reflected in the 1997 White Paper on Land Reform, provided for the guiding framework listing 5 forms of restitution or redress. These included restoration of rights to original land that was alienated from claimants, provision of alternative land, payment of financial compensation, alternative relief, a combination of the previously mentioned, sharing of land or provision of services, and infrastructure development where claimants currently reside. Priority access to other government housing development and land programs. All these indicates that the ANC fulfill its promises. The review of the restitution program undertaken through provincial consultative workshops held between December 2010 and April 2011, led by the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform, culminated in a national land restitution workshop that was held on the 6th to the 8th of May 2011, attended by 1,296 beneficiaries of restitution program. They indicated that the program was not inclusive as deserving people and communities did not lodge their claims before the 31st of December 1998. They requested government to reopen the relodgement of claims for dispossessions. That is what we will be doing soon. Furthermore, the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation in 2012 also evaluated the progress and challenges of the program and concluded that the delivery of land through restitution program began slowly from 1994 to 1995 and then accelerated from 2000 to 2005, 2006, and leveled off thereafter. Honorable Speaker, there are successful stories of this program. Out of the 79,696 land claims that were lodged by the 31st of December 1998, there was remarkable progress made by the Commission in settling 77,485 of those claims. To date, restitution has returned plus 3 million hectares to rightful owners. This is a good story to tell about South Africa land restitution program. Through land restitution, some beneficiaries were able to get loans and be able to service their loans out of the income generated in farms. Their farms are economically viable. Some beneficiaries are able to invest back in the communities by building classrooms and providing local schools with vegetables and improve the quality of life of the citizens and the learners. Involvement of the private sector, such as the South African Sugar Association, in providing skills is mostly appreciated. Recapitalization and Development Program and the CRDP has improved production and enhances sustainable livelihood, employment, and income generation. Through land restitution, people have been able to put bread on their tables to alleviate hunger. Through land restitution, people were able to own land instead of being strangers in their own land. This bill will ensure that there is more equitable ownership and access to land by the previously disadvantaged. Some beneficiaries were able to establish progressive co-ops, which are part of the commercial sector. Honorable Minister, we are on course. Carry on with the good work. Honorable Speaker, while there were success stories about this program, there were challenges experienced during the first phase of the land restitution. Escalation of the land prices, conflicts amongst claimants, slow pace of the release of the state land for restitution, especially in the Western Cape. Capacity constraints in the field of research as a result of number of claims that are at the research stage. The Land Claims Court being overburdened with land restitution cases which prolonged the land restitution process. Untraceable beneficiaries, complexity of some claims that took long to be finalized, delays in the issuing of title deeds which guarantee ownership. The lack of pre- and post-settlement support through training and mechanization impact negatively on production and farm management. Lack of accessibility to water impacts on production. And also the late submission of applications by applicants deprive them the right to claim. Honorable Speaker, the amendment of the Principal Act provides the opportunity to review the policy and find ways of doing things differently to address the challenges experienced in the first phase of the restitution process. The overpricing of land will be addressed by the Property Valuation Bill, which is before the committee, which will be soon passed. Department appointment of the permanent judge to the Land Claims Court to address some of the backlogs of the land claims cases. To enhance the research capacity, the department will involve other research agencies and institutions to assist in the finalization of the outstanding claims and new claims. Recruitment of additional staff, involvement of the CTWs and NARISEC group and municipal officials to inform the public about the lodgement, to ensure that people are aware and apply on time. Moreover, knock and drops to distribute manuals that will be written in all the languages that will be done to popularize the program. The new lodgement will be implemented through an electronic system to fast-track the application process. An automated acknowledgement of receipt be issued and improve communication between the Commission and the beneficiaries on different stages of their claim. The department will deal with all the new claims simultaneously, but outstanding claims will be prioritized. Therefore, beneficiaries' concerns on the finalization of the outstanding claims will be addressed. Honorable Speaker, all these plans indicate readiness of the ANC to ensure equitable redress to persons and communities dispossessed of land after 19 June 1913 as the result of the past racial discrimination. Honorable Speaker, more work has been done. More work still needs to be done. Let the people be patient. The ANC is the only and the one organization that cares for South Africans everywhere and every time. Honorable Speaker, people have spoken. The ANC must implement the wish of the South Africans, not of the opposition or AfriForum. The ANC has confidence in us, whether we are new or old members, because we know its policies, rather than other members who are being doubted by their party. The ANC is for the people and by the people. The ANC government remain convinced that the relodgement will be a success and benefit the previously disadvantaged people. Let those who gasp. The land will be given back to the rightful owners. Asibuyeleni emasimini. Let's go to the land and chill. Phezu komkhono. The ANC will keep on doing great things. As the ANC, we support the amendment. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the Honourable Ntapane.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Ministers, and Honourable Members, from my constituency, people's patience was and still is wearing very thin regarding their land. But it never crossed my mind that the situation is so dire until I became a part of public hearings in this bill. Honourable Minister, this bill is long overdue. And it is my humble submission that the sooner it is passed into law and implemented, the better for the nation. People do not care about the processes to be followed. All what they want is their land. To give you, Honourable Minister, a glimpse of how the people feel about their land, there is a considerable number that is asking why government has to pay for the land that was taken forcefully. And we had to explain to them that we are now faced with people who have title deeds as proof that they have paid for the land they're occupying. Considerable number of people felt that public hearings is just electioneering. We again had to explain to them that we are coming from different political organizations. Therefore, there is no possibility of electioneering in this process. It is therefore, Honourable Minister, on this basis that I request that this bill, once it is signed into law, it must be implemented. In the process of conducting public hearings, it transpired that some departmental officials are collaborating in corrupt activities, either on their own or with some of the beneficiaries. We therefore urge you, Honourable Minister, and the National Land Claims Commissioner to see to it that these practices are rooted out, so that similar things don't happen when the window is reopened. I am also part of the Art Committee, which has been mandated by this August House to reverse the legacy of the 1913 Native Land Act. It is therefore important for me to mention this on this debate, that in the previous land restitution, the government has let the majority of beneficiaries down in many aspects, and that resulted in waste of a lot of taxpayers' money. However, Honourable Minister, as Honourable Brungo Nyamabila have said before me, there are indeed good stories to be told about land restitution right across all the provinces. Uyabona Mbamba, Chief Whip, lena ibill ikhethi ibhoku esigusheni. Uyabona iyagubha inhliziyo kalova ngoku xa uthetha ngohlobo. In these public hearings, some of the participants had all the temerity to make it clear that they appear before us just to protect the status quo. If our political freedom, Honourable Minister, fails to translate into economic freedom, it is just worthless. And you can never achieve economic freedom of the majority, if the land is still in the hands of the minority. The incredulous claim that this piece of legislation is going to lead this country in the same situation as Zimbabwe and other African countries is at best preposterous or just madness. Such allegations don't need to be taken seriously. It reminds me of what Warren Buffett had said, and I quote, "The rearview mirror is always clearer than the windscreen." Ithi-ke loo nto mntana enkosi, jonga abantu bakhokheleyo, and then nizova ngoyizinqiba zithini na. Nilibale ngayo yonke imfishfish. UDM support this bill.
I thank the honourable member, and I wish to invite the Honourable the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries. Honourable Deputy Minister.
Speaker, verlede week toe ons oor aspekte van hierdie wet moes stem, het die Vryheidsfront Plus daarteen gestem, terwyl die ANC en die DA daarvoor gestem het. Hoekom het ons so gestem?
Jy weet, vir 'n tydperk van 3 jaar tot 1998 kon enige persoon in Suid-Afrika 'n grondeis instel. 'n Totaal van ongeveer 80.000 eise is ingestel. Die werklikheid is hierdie eise het landboubedrywighede in groot gedeeltes van die land tot stilstand gedwing. Want as jy eise op jou grond het, kan jy die grond nie verkoop kry nie. Jy kan nie uitbrei nie, jy kan niks belê in jou boerdery nie omdat jy môre die grond kan verloor. Dan wag jy in onsekerheid vir jare voor die eis afgehandel is. Na 10 jaar is daar sekere gevalle bevind dat die eis nie geldig was nie. Die landbouers se verliese as gevolg van die 10 jaar onsekerheid word nie deur die staat terugbetaal nie. Vandag, 16 jaar later, is ongeveer 95% van hierdie eise afgehandel. Die belastingbetalers het miljarde betaal en gelukkig is dit aan die einde in die sig en kan die landbou normaal aangaan en ons is deur hierdie proses uiteindelik aan die ander kant. Of so het ons gedink. Nou skielik, voor die verkiesing kom die ANC met hierdie wetswysiging om die grondeiseproses van vooraf te heropen. En dit het niks met die koëffisiënt te doen nie. Dit verlam die landbou, sê ek vir u, vir die volgende 20 jaar en bring al hierdie onsekerhede weer 'n keer terug. So on the other hand, the ANC is creating new expectations with a lot of people out there. Some 379,000 new land claims are likely to be submitted. This could cost the state about 179 billion to settle. The restitution budget is roughly about only 3 billion a year. How is the state going to fund the money to settle all these claims? If all these new expectations cannot be fulfilled, sure, it is a recipe for revolution. I want to predict today that the ANC's reopening of land claims will in future turn against them and the way it's being done. Do we want to become a modern developed country, or do we want to become just another underdeveloped country? To succeed in this, we must rethink the land issue. The ANC is continuing to nurse the notion that they can reverse the inevitable march towards an urban future. We are wasting valuable time and energy trying to restore people to their old ways. Ordinary South Africans want to go to cities and work in a modern economy. So, South Africa needs more successful black commercial farmers. I said it more than once. The Freedom Fund Plus and experienced commercial farmers is more than willing to help new farmers to be successful. Maar meneer, om net hektare grond te jaag en nog 400.000 grondeise vir die departement se huidige lys by te voeg, gaan nie hierdie probleme oplos nie. Ons kan nie bekostig om meer vrugbare grond te verloor wat onproduktief raak uiteindelik terwyl die bevolking al meer groei en groei nie. Ons moet voedsel produseer vir die 70% bevolking wat binnekort in die stede gaan woon. Onthou, hongermense hardloop in die strate later aan. Dis 'n resep vir onstabiliteit en dit lei tot die val van regerings. Meneer, as Africans, where's that gentleman? Ek as 'n African gaan die Vryheidsfront hier teenstem, want op die langtermyn gaan dit nie ons probleme oplos nie. Ek dank u.
I thank the honourable member, and now we should invite the honourable Eastain to the podium.
Speaker, since the first colonial farms were established in our country in the 1600s, land has been a contentious issue. As land was allocated, the first colonial farmers, the Khoi, addressed their loss of livelihood due to this new allocation to Van Riebeeck. Dit was vir die kompanjie egter belangrik om die verversingspos te laat slaag. Hierna het die Khoi al toenemend daarop toegelê om die vryburgers se vee en gereedskap te steel en die vryburgers het alself toenemend verdedig. Dit skryf die Erfenisstigting. Hierdie is dus 'n kwessie waarmee ons eeuerank reeds broeg. Die Demokratiese Alliansie is deeglik bewus van die geskiedenis van ons land. Dit is ook vir hierdie rede dat ons saamstem dat grondhervorming 'n geweldige belangrike rol moet speel in die herstel en heropbou van die proses. Dit is egter met die implementering van die grondhervormingsbeleid waar ons met die ANC-regering verskil. Die Demokratiese Alliansie besef dat swak implementering van die huidige beleid en die korrupsie wat met dit meegebring word, ons landboubedryf geweldige skade berokken. Dit is algemeen bekend dat 90% van die huidige grondhervormingsplase nie produktief geboer word nie en dat daardie plase nou in onbruik lê. Ek het reeds verlede jaar in my begrotingsdebat genoem dat onsekerheid in die landbousektor een van die grootste struikelblokke in die landboubedryf is. Aspekte soos stygende insetkoste, uiterste markonstuimigheid en veranderlike weeromstandighede is 'n daaglikse realiteit waarmee landbouers te doen kry. Daar is konsensus onder die oorgrootste meerderheid Suid-Afrikaners dat grondhervorming moet plaasvind en dat dit tot die stabiliteit van die landelike ekonomie kan lei. Wat ons egter nie kan toelaat nie, is dat die ANC-regering die wet op herstel van grondregte gebruik om politieke steun te probeer wen in hierdie verkiesing. My kollega agbare Swart het nou net gepraat oor die chaos wat daar heers met die huidige grondeiseproses en hoe negatief dit die eienaars en die grondeienaars beïnvloed. Dit is ook bekend dat die regering nie kan aandui waar die geskatte 180 miljard rand vir die voorgestelde nuwe eise vandaan gaan kom nie. Volgens professor Nick Vink se berekeninge was daar reeds genoeg geld begroot om 58% van die land se produktiewe landbougrond aan te koop. Die staat se bydrae tot die landbou is minimaal, in ag genome wat ander lande se regerings bydra tot die ondersteuning van 'n landboubedryf. Die onttrekking van hulp en beskerming aan die landbou is een van die redes waarom die getal kommersiële landbouers gekrimp het van 120.000 in 1994 tot 'n geskatte 37.000 vandag. Hierdie afname het ook tot 'n gevolg gehad dat daar 'n geweldige toename was in werkverliese op plase en dat die landelike ekonomie skade gelei het daaronder. Speaker, voedselsekerheid is nie 'n dreigement nie, maar 'n werklikheid. Ons kan maar slegs na ander lande in Afrika kyk om te verstaan wat die implikasies hiervan op 'n land en sy mense kan wees. Dankie.
I thank the honourable member, and now wish to invite the Honourable Swart, S.N. Swart, to the podium.
Speaker, the ACDP is on record as supporting the restitution of land process as set out in the Restitution of Land Rights Act. And we fully appreciate that the land issue is very emotional and must be addressed in a responsible manner to the satisfaction of all parties concerned, and this to prevent land invasions and social insecurity. And we understand that during public hearings, which we were not able to attend, many people expressed frustrations that they were still waiting for land they claimed in the first claims window, which closed in 1998. Certain of those might take a number of years to finalize. And the question then arises whether they should not be first finalized before even new claims are entertained. And we do understand that a clause has been inserted to prioritize those claims, but surely they must be finalized as a matter of urgency. A further issue of concern is the loss of productivity and the threat to food security that has already occurred, with 90% of the 5.9 million hectares of land purchased by the state for emerging farmers being deemed to be no longer productive. This is a severe indictment of the land reform process. Minister, you're on record as saying that, quote, the agricultural sector's production as a proportion of GDP is going down. Land's been given to people and they're not using it. No country can afford that. The ACDP agrees with this. We have to balance land restitution and reform against property rights, productivity, and food security. And there's obviously something seriously amiss when it comes to assistance and mentoring of emerging farmers. And this is something that we as leaders need to address. It is estimated that 397,000 new claims could be lodged, and that this could cost between 129 billion and 179 billion if finalized over a 15-year period. The question is, where are these additional funds going to come from? I listened carefully to previous speakers who said the fiscus will provide that. But the finance minister has already stressed that there is no new money for land restitution. And surely we need to have a very clear costing of the financial implications of the reopening of the land claims. While the aims of this bill are very commendable, and we understand the sensitivities around the land issue, there are significant practical and financial constraints to its implementation. These, we believe, have not been adequately addressed given the short time span that this bill was considered. We must ensure that unfulfilled expectations and delayed finalization of land claims will not cause even great frustration amongst our citizens. I thank you.
I thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the Honourable H.F. Matlanyane to address the House.
Speaker, Minister, honorable members of the House, and the guests at the gallery. Speaker, go botlhoko kudu gore o tšeelwe naga ka dikgoka. And ga gona motho a kgonang go itlhalosa ntho eo. Gore goreng o re o le motho wa nama wa tšeelwa naga ka go foraforetswa le go bewa ka gare ga kgatelelo ya gore o fane ka naga ya gago. Ge re sepela le naga ye ka moka yona ya South Africa ka di-public hearings go thoma ka November, re kwele ka mokgwa o batho ba ikwago ka gona, ka mokgwa o batho dipelo tša bona di lego bohloko ka gona. Go bohloko go bona mokgekolo le mokgalabe wa more than 80 years a lla ka megokgo, a nyaka naga, a re ke bolaya ke tlala, bana ba ka ba bolaya ke tlala, ditlogolo tša ka di bolaya ke tlala, ka baka la gore naga e ke e filwego ga e ntšhe selo, naga e ke e filwego e omeletše le pula ga ene, go no ba go setla fela. Jwale ka moka tše re le mmušo wa go etwa pele ke African National Congress re di kwele, ke ka moo re builego mo go tla go reportela ntlo yeo e leng gore e re file monyetla gore re kgone go sepela le batho, re kwa gore batho ba ekwa jwang ka go bulela dikgopelo tša naga. Mokgwa wa go dira dikgopelo tša naga, Speaker, wa nolofatšwa ka molao ka kanyong. O nolofatšwa ka gore ga go sane motho a tlo tsamaya ntlo ka ntlwana a nyaka gore batho ba mo fe se sengwenyana like rantanyana gore a kgone go ba filela difomo gore a yo kgona go di photocopa e be tše ntši. Ka baka la gore mmušo department e dirile gore batho ka mokana ga bona ba kgone go dula ka magae, ba kgone go hwetša thušo ka gore department e tlo tloga ya ba latelela mo ba lego gona. Seo se ra gore pele mola batho ba be ba dira dikgopelo tša naga ba be ba tsama ba kitima ba latlhega ba nyaka mo e leng gore dikantoro tša department di gona, go fedile go tla mafelelong le kgono. Batho ba tlo ipsina ka baka la gore mmušo o tlo ba latelela ka gore ke mmušo wa bona, ene batho ba thabile ka baka la gore le ge ba na le dingongorego tše ba nang le tšona tša gore re tšea nako e telele re sa kgone go ka ba fa se ile go sa bona, re tšea nako e telele re boledišana ka mo re nyaka go tseba gore na ke mang wa swanetšeng go hwetša naga, mola re tseba ga botsebotse gore ke bona beng ba naga tia, ga gona o mongwe motho e leng gore o swantše a be mo nageng ye go feta bona. The year 2013 marked 100 years of the notorious Native Land Act that gave authorities the right to forcefully remove the indigenous people of South Africa of the right of land of their forefathers. Today, as we speak, our government is confronted with the legacy of this act and other pieces of legislation whose legacy manifested in the form of unemployment, poverty, and inequalities. All of these are as a result of racially based system of land ownership that disrupted and destroyed the land-based livelihoods and the economy for our Black African people. It was reported in the year 2013 that since 1994, 3 million hectares of land has been awarded to qualifying claimants at a cost of more than 10 billion rand, of which 1.4 million have been transferred as of the 31st of March 2013. Acknowledging that there is a slow progress in terms of land redistributed, the state president in his State of the Nation address stated that, open quote, there are proposed amendments of the Restitution of Land Rights Act 1994 in order to provide for the reopening of the lodgement of restitution claims by people who missed the deadline of the 31st of December 1998. Also to be explored are the exception of the June 13, 1913 cutoff date to accommodate the claims by the descendants of the Khoi and Sen, as well as heritage sites and historical landmarks. Modulasetulo, se se bolela gore mmušo wa go eta pele ke ANC o a theeletša ka baka la gore batho ba o boditše gore re be re palela ke go ka tliša dikgopelo tša rena ka baka la gore re be re sa kgone go hwetša dipoledišano le mmušo, re sa kgone go hwetša information ya gore na re tšwe kae re lebe kae gore re tle re kgone go claima naga ya rena. In spite of the attempts made by the ANC government to redistribute land among the people of South Africa, there remains many challenges. The issue of the closure of the lodgement of claims in 1998 is one of these claims. Land redistribution is an attempt by the ANC government to implement our land reform program guided by the ANC policy. The Freedom Charter entails that, open quote, land shall be shared among those who live in it, which means restrictions of land ownership on a racial basis shall be ended and all the land redivided amongst those who work on it to banish famine and land hunger. It also states that the state shall help the peasants with implements, seeds, tractors, and dams to save the soil and assist the tillers. There shall be a freedom of movement to all those who work on the land, and all shall have the right to occupy land wherever they chose. And ye iragore, ga gona motho a sepelang South Africa ka moka ga nyaka go dula felo mo gong a bitse gore yena ke motho a jwang ka ntle plekeng ye itseng. A perspective of which has also contributed to the need for the amendment of the Restitution of Land Rights Bill is the ANC Reform Policy Discussion document of June 2012, where it stated that with the experience of implementing the land reform program since 1994 to date, the focus should be on the realization of the constitutional injunction that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to foster conditions which enable citizens to gain access on an equitable basis. It is the ANC belief that government policy options must be designed and reshaped to respond to the challenges faced in the years before now. This must include institutional, legal, and administrative. Mudula Stilo, let me share with you the experience that we experienced when we were traveling the country on the amendment. If you travel South Africa, you realize that there is a need to address this land question, with our Honorable Minister calls a national grievance. And it's true, people are complaining. There are great variation in its landscape and differing context conditions under which rural people live, especially black people. Black people in a number of provinces, including Limpopo, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Free State, differ in many respects, as in some parts of the Cape Country, where to a larger extent, rural people are living as farm workers on commercial farms. These, in turn, are very different from the coastal areas where subsistence fishers face a daily battle of survival. Abject poverty and underdevelopment are the factors which made the rural people similar to each other. Actually, in most rural villages, people have lost all contact with the soil, subsisting almost completely from social grants and urban remittance. These features of our society require us to revisit the past, which is a better understanding of the history of dispossession and its damage to the people of South Africa. Also consider the manner in which the settlers accumulated capital and laid foundation for their own well-being at the expense of the indigenous people. Se se ra gore department e swantse e die matsapa ka mokana ga yona gore e bone gore batho ba ba hwetšang naga ba seke ba swana le bale ba e hweditšeng pele ba lokišetše gore ba hwetše naga ba e bereke gore tle re kgone go hwetša dijo. On the Khoisan issue, the department has done a lot of work, Speaker, to engage with the concerned leadership through workshops, and there will also be another workshop to be held to address their concern. The department is also in the process of developing a policy that is going to address and accommodate the claims of the Khoisan people who were dispossessed prior to 1913. Let me acknowledge that the issue of Khoisan is too complex and it needs to be dealt with in a responsible manner. Understanding all these problems, the ANC government has to grapple with the need to make sure that the divisions of the past are done away with through legislation which gives power to support the most vulnerable group of the people in our society, whilst at the same time supporting and monitoring the land use by beneficiaries. re dira go ipiletše go lefapha gore le leke go potlakiša dipoledišano le ba kwesan ka mo South Africa gore le bona re ka mo nageng re ma South Africa le bona ba ikgantšhe ka gore ke ma South Africa ba o leng gore le bona naga ya bona ya ba boela modulasetulo ge re sepela le naga batho ba lla ka gore dikgopelo tšela tša go dirwa ka 1998 di swanetše gore di potlakišwe ke nnete di swanetše go potlakišwa gore batho ba be le tsebo ya gore na dikgopelo tša bona tše di tlo tlang di tlo swariwa jwang jwale ka mokgwa lefapha le dirile gore batho ba kgone gore re ge ba dirile di-input ka mokgwa yona di akaretšwe mo molaokakanyeng ka mokgwa o ba winne ka baka la gore dikakanyo tša bona le di-inputs tša bona go ya ka mokgwa re tlabeng re ithutileng ka gona go tloga kwa pele di akaretšwe mo lenageng mo molaokakanyeng modulasetulo ka mokgwa o ke re naga ya Afrika Borwa ga e boele go beng ba yona and re swantse re potlakiše process ya go bušetša naga go beng ba yona ke a leboga.
I thank the Honourable Speaker. Before I invite Honourable Bula to the podium, I just want to make a small announcement that I'm informed that members are unable to view the speakers list on their screens. There is a technical problem and the technicians are working on it. They're trying to reboot it and hopefully it will be up and running by tomorrow. And now we should invite the Honourable Bula to the podium. Order, all members. There's only one speaker at a time, not all of you at the same time. Honourable Bula, you have my permission.
Mr. Speaker, given our turbulent history with land ownership in this country, it is imperative, therefore, to address the atrocities of the past. It is indeed common knowledge that the hardest hit communities are the Black, Indian, and colored communities. This bill seeks to extend the date for lodging claims for restoration to 30 June 2019, and the MF welcomes this as many deserving persons and communities disposed of their land rights as a result of racially discriminatory laws and practices of the apartheid regime. It is estimated that at least 3.5 million individuals were forcibly removed between the years 1960 and 1982. If we are to take into account the forced removals that take place as a result of betterment and homeland consolidation, the figure will be closer to 7.5 million. However, less than 80,000 claims for restitution were lodged before the cutoff date of 31st December 1998. We welcome this extension as we most consistently preserve and march forward to ensure that the sentiments expressed by the President in the State of the Nation address, ensuring that the issue of tenure is implemented and that the poor is given preference. Honourable Minister, you are accurately correct in zooming into the hardship of the poor suffering masses. The vast majority of our country is still confined to a small portion of the land. The amendment bill will give rural communities specifically an opportunity to get back what is historically theirs. The MF has previously called for a 2030 vision for everyone to own a piece of land. While this new amendment is vital in addressing the issues of the past, the fact that a minimal beneficiaries have engaged in inquiring their rights in this term, it is evident, therefore, that the relevant information has not been correctly disseminated. Therefore, the MF calls for more education around intensifying knowledge about the land claims and restitutions. Many of these communities face challenges in the application processes, and many others were not aware of the process, and were thus excluded from land claim to what was historically theirs. Apartheid has indeed left a terrible scar on our country. We cannot just brush it away. We need to provide relevant and specific pieces of legislation that responds to the current issues and indeed progressively move in the moving climate. We cannot have outdated pieces of legislation that hurt the suffering masses. Additionally, we welcome the inclusion of the subsection which states that the Commission shall establish and keep a register of all restitution claims from the date of the commencement of the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Act 2014. It is imperative that we account for the progress we have made in rectifying the injustices and inequalities of the past. Yes, indeed, for far too long, our people have been excluded and marginalized. We have enjoyed, indeed, political freedom. The time has now come for us to enjoy economic and land rights emancipation unfailingly and uncompromisingly. The MF will support the bill.
Thank you very much. I now invite the Honorable K.J. Maleham to the podium.
Speaker, the Democratic Alliance acknowledges the injustice of the 1913 Land Act and subsequent apartheid legislation in skewing land ownership patterns in South Africa and depriving her people of their wealth and opportunity. We recognize that land reform and land restitution require bold and decisive steps to address these injustices. But, Honourable Speaker, this government and this bill in its current form are not going to do it. Under the ANC, the process of land restitution has stalled and no end is in sight for claims lodged under the previous window period. Tales of corruption and maladministration are rife, as my colleague, Honourable Swarte, has mentioned. An investigation into the restitution process by the Special Investigation Unit found illegal land grants to the value of at least 96 million rand, 636 examples of non-existent or false beneficiaries, forgery of valuation documents, and officials' family members listed as beneficiaries. If this is part of the good story, then it reflects very poorly on the ANC government. Now, the chairperson of the committee, Honourable Tabede, exposed this bill for its true colours. This bill is pure electioneering. A few examples. Honourable Nkwinti mentioned the exceptions for the Khoyan sand. This bill makes no mention of exceptions. It does not address claims prior to 1913. There are 8,000 claims that remain unsettled 15 years after the close of the last claim window. That is not a good story. It is not indicative, Honourable Tabedi, of a caring government. It is indicative of a cruel government. What this bill does is it raises hopes with rhetoric, it heightens expectations, and then it dashes them with a lack of resources and capacity. And that is the cruelest election gimmick of them all. The Democratic Alliance therefore proposes the following amendments to strengthen this legislation, to ensure the constitutional rights of all South Africans, and to better facilitate a fair, open, and effective land restitution process. Firstly, it is of vital importance that the reopening process be properly communicated. Everywhere we went during the public participation process, we heard complaints that people had not heard about the earlier land claims deadline, or they were not properly informed of how to go about submitting a claim. The DA proposes that an intensive 6-month media and communication campaign be rolled out across the country before the window is opened. Once that communication campaign is concluded, we propose a limited claims window be opened. The DA proposes that the cutoff for new claims be limited to 30 June 2015. This provides owner, investor, and producer certainty. Those conditions are inextricably linked. Unless a proper communication program is implemented, the claims process will indubitably fail. But we go one step further. We propose that this needs to be the last claim window, and that anyone who submits a claim must show good cause as to why they had not claimed under the earlier claims window. And frankly, the failure to properly communicate the land claims process should be sufficient in that regard. Then we propose that the nomination and appointment of land claims commissioners be handled through parliamentary procedures on recommendation of a multi-party committee, along the lines of Chapter 9 institutions. This will ensure a more impartial and better qualified commission than one that is left entirely to the minister's discretion. We also recommend that the investigation and verification of claims be outsourced to a private contractor that has the appropriate skills and resources to provide an even-handed analysis of the merits of each claim in as speedy a manner as possible. One of the most frequent complaints we heard was that the claims take far too long to process, and this addresses exactly that issue. A further factor that we must take into consideration is that when a claim is challenged, the Commission carries all the costs for the claimant, while the landowner bears the burden of his or her own legal costs, and that can frequently run into millions of rands. We propose that the Commission should be responsible for the legal costs of all parties where a matter is referred to the Land Claims Court. One possible side effect, apart from easing the burden on the landowner, is that fewer claims should end up in court if the Commission is doing its job properly. Speaker, we've been saying for a long time that the reopening of land claims is unsustainable if government fails to allocate adequate funding to settle all new and existing claims. With an estimated 18 billion rand required to settle the outstanding claims from the first claims window and a further 179 billion necessary to settle the new claims, it appears that this is yet another unfunded election promise the ANC has no intention of delivering on. We therefore demand that the necessary funding to settle both new and existing claims be put in place in the medium-term expenditure framework before the window is opened. The slow pace of land reform and land restitution are part of the horror story that Zuma's government uses to divide this country. This is a complaint from all parts of South Africa. The DA recognizes that the pace of land restitution needs to be significantly increased and therefore proposes that the Commission be set a 6-year deadline from the date that the lodgement window closes to settle all claims. This will again provide certainty for landowners, commercial agriculture, and investors, and will ensure that claimants have their claims speedily dealt with.
Speaker?
Yes, what point are you raising on?
Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order. The Speaker before us and other DA speakers today keep on referring to the President as Zuma. It's actually President Zuma, and could we ask that they refer to him as the President? Thank you.
May I address you on the same point of order?
Order, all members, order, order. Yes, so what's your point of order? Order, all members, order. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know what your ruling will be on that, because earlier in the debate they referred to the Premier of the Western Cape as Zilla. So I think
Order, all members, order.
there has to be equal measure when we're addressing the leaders of
What
our
equal
party.
measure are you talking about, ma'am? What equal measure are you talking about?
That if the
It's a courtesy, he's the president of the country. He's not,
and the
he's
same
not the president
courtesy
of the
should
assembly.
apply to the leader.
Order! I didn't give you a right to speak. I only gave one person a right to speak, and she's on the floor. Continue, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, earlier in the afternoon, we had requested that the same courtesy be extended to the Premier of the Western Cape, Helen Ziller, who is also a member of this House when there is a joint sitting, that she be referred to as an honourable member or the Premier. So we're asking that the same courtesy applies.
Yes, the same courtesy should be addressed to premiers, and it's President Zuma, not Zuma. Continue.
Lastly, Speaker, we need to address the issue of food security and productivity. My colleague, Honourable Steyn, has spoken to this extensively. But suffice to say that South Africa cannot afford to have productive farmland become unutilized and barren. By Minister Nkwinti's own admission, 90% of land restitution has failed to keep land productive. Despite the claims of the ANC, it is not the principle of willing buyer, willing seller that has failed. It is the ANC's own administration. We therefore propose that where productive agricultural land is claimed, either alternative state-owned land be offered in restitution or financial compensation be paid out, or where the farmer is willing to sell his or her property, an approved business plan and appropriate and adequate funds, equipment, and other resources be provided before transfer takes place. Speaker, we have always supported restitution in principle, and it is our belief that land restitution can work, but only if it is done in an open, fair, and efficient manner. A failure to implement such a land restitution process actually jeopardizes all the property rights guaranteed by the Constitution. Speaker, the DA's support of this bill is conditional on passing the amendments I have proposed. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member. I now wish to invite the Honourable ZMD Gosmandel.
Honourable Speaker, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members, and our distinguished guests in the gallery, good evening. As we continue mourning the passing of our founding father of our young democracy, His Excellency President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, at Dalpung, Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank the ANC-led government, fellow South Africans, our brothers and sisters in the entire African continent and the whole global community for the support you have given uMzukulwana kaMandela while he was hospitalized and the dignity you bestowed upon him as we all gathered to bid farewell to him and pray and pay our last respects to the son of Nkosi Mphakanyiswa and uNkosikazi Nosekeni, who was proudly known to Abathembu nation. Seweseli ngene kule nkundla ibekekileyo yowisomthetho ndivuma ingoma. Ubuye umhlaba wethu. Father entered our sons, young, healthy, and handsome. The flood, it is an empty, illusory promise, a promise that can never be fulfilled. For we, the Thembus, and all black South Africans, are a conquered people. We are slaves in our own country. We are tenants in our own soil. We have no strength, no power, no control over our destiny in the land of our birth. They will go to cities where they will live in shacks and drink cheap alcohol, all because we have no land to give them where they could prosper and multiply, close quote. It was this reality that propelled His Majesty King Dalindyebo and the founding father, Dr. Benson Khobusana, to embark on a journey of establishing the South African Native Congress in 1906, which was nationalized in 1912 as the South African Native National Congress. Like his predecessors, such as Dube, Makhatu, Mahabane, Gumede, Seme, Mahabane, Khuma, Moroka, Luthuli, Tambo, uMandela, and his successors, President Thabo Mbeki, and our very own President Nxamalala kaZuma, with many soldiers of our revolution, joined the struggle for the liberation, primarily to restore the denial of this basic human right to the land of their forefathers, which had been stripped away from them. It is in this regard that the first president of the ANC, John Langalbalele Dube, in his response to the notorious Land Act of 1913 said, I quote, Europeans will never know the pain of Africans felt by being forcibly driven off their land, off their birthplace, close quote. The ANC, in its commitment to the plight of the land, fully adopted the Congress of the People in Kliptown on the 26th, 1955. The Freedom Charter, which declared that, I quote, South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people, close quote. From its inception, the African National Congress has committed itself to the redistribution of land to our people. This is why this process must be handled with uttermost care. The ANC-led government since 1994 to the third quarter of 2013 has acquired, through redistribution program, 4,281,372 hectares, and through restitution, 3,048,333 hectares of land, giving us a total of 7,329,705 hectares of land, which is just 30% of the department's target of 24.5 million hectares. Indeed, this is a good story to tell. This has not been without any challenges witnessed due to failure of the willing buyer and willing seller policy and the inflation of prices by farmers on the identified land. Honorable Speaker, we have been on public hearings from the first week of November until the end of January. From province to province, South Africans are eager about the reopening of land claims, particularly those who missed out in the first opening from 1994 to 1998. We have continuously pleaded with our people that this opening seeks to ensure that land is transformed to them as means of deracializing land ownership. We do hope that through this process, our people will opt for land rather than money. To our surprise, upon returning to this August House, colleagues in the opposition, namely Honorable Milham, raises issues of lack of funds for this bill. Let me remind him that this bill is on the government's fiscal, and in less than 24 hours from now, the Honorable Pravin Govender will allocate more funds to this program of redistribution and restitution of land to our people as a continued process that our people gain access to land. The stance taken by Honorable Milham come as no surprise, because even Madam, or perhaps the Honorable Member, or perhaps, I'm not sure exactly as to what to call Zille, but it is, Madam Zille has no confidence in him, where she classified the Honorable Member as being new and didn't know how caucus processes around policy worked. That's your very own premier, you say. The DA still didn't have a policy on the reopening of land claims and are waiting on the madam to complete working on the position paper. As a portfolio committee, we passed a report that the opening of land claims must be opened until June 2019. In an act of desperation, they want to amend the report and have the period reduced to 1 year, which is ridiculous. We cannot have the disposition of land from our people inflicted over 300 years and more, then be expected to deal carelessly within a year. This is a process which will run until there is no single claim left and the injustice has been corrected. Just because you have been warned by AfriForum not to disregard your voters' interest and use them for voting cattle, we can never be forced to rush this process solemnly for the sake of the minorities and neglect the interest of the majority who gave us the ANC to look after their interest. You represent the minority who own the vast majority of our land, whilst we, the ANC, represent the majority who are still denied accessibility to land of their forefathers. Honorable Swate, re rate naha efe, re sena yona, botatago le bagalabe ba tlhoka naga ya bona, yaanong o nyaka gore re tlhokomele naga efe re sena yona. Honorable Speaker, the position as led by the young and inexperienced Honorable Lindiwe Mazibuko, today in her absentia, they want to regard land not as a human right, but as a tool for railing votes. No wonder her own party has no confidence in her as a leader of the opposition, nor in Madam Zille as a presidential candidate for the elections that they would opt to rent a black in the form of Dr. Mampele Rampele. Then they continue to seek your vote. Don't be part of that confusion, I say to the voters of South Africa. Land reform is not an event to be dealt with once off, but a continued process that the ANC-led government has committed itself to ensure that all South Africans have access to land. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, allow me to close by a quote again from Nkosi Melqili in the Long Walk to Freedom, because I see it fit that land redistribution will ensure that, I quote, Africans will never have to cough their lungs out deep in the bowels of the white man's minds, destroying their health, never seeing the sun, so that white men can live a life of unequaled prosperity. Close quote. The Deputy Minister and Honorable Steyn, I would want to say to them, we are not the skunk of the world. Black people are competent and capable. Like your ancestors, they need to be supported by our government. We therefore call on all our people, particularly women and youth, to take up the baton from our founding father, President Mandela, and march on. He may no longer be with us, but his spirit lives through us. Let us unite to defend this young democracy of ours. On the 7th of May, in honor of the fallen heroes and heroines, we will defend this democracy. We will defend this land of our forefathers. And I pray that as Comrade Mandela establishes the first ANC branch in heaven, he can call on all the fallen heroes and heroines of our country to convey a meeting with the Lord our God to release our land back to the rightful owners, like he released the land to the Israelites. I thank you.
I thank the Honourable Member. I now wish to give the floor to the Honourable Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. The Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Firstly, I would like to thank all the honourable members who participated in the debate, and particularly those who supported the bill, including those who did so tongue-in-cheek. Thank you very much. We take note of the fair criticism. We will continue to correct them. Thank you very much for that. Secondly, Honourable Speaker, we received about 79,000 claims during the first window. Of that 79,000, 71,292 were for financial compensation. A lousy 5,867 were for land restoration. It should not happen this time. Now we have already developed a land claims manual for the common citizen of our country. It's written in all 11 languages, including, in addition to that, the main languages spoken by the Khoi and the San population of our country. It will be distributed across the country. We will campaign this time to make sure our people understand exactly what is expected of them. So, sizawuyenza loo nto. Sizawuya kubo abantu bakuthi ukwenzela uba kule game kwesihlandlo esizawungena ngoku bangakhethi imali. Imali ifana neqamza lamanzi anesepha. Ukubethwa njengomoya kwayo liyaphela. Sifuna bafune umhlaba ngoba umhlaba likamva la. Okwesithathu. Yazi lo mpoposho wenziwa i-Democratic Alliance ithumela ilungu lawo elisejongo kakhulu. Elisena amabhongo ukuya phambili. Yingxaki kadyakalashe nezinja. Uyabona izinja ezingamaziyo udyakalashe xa zizingela. Udyakalashe uvela ngena abaphakathi kwezinja. Azingele nazo izinja. Ziyabaleka zikhangela udyakalashe. Udyakalashe nabo hambe ecangwazi. Utsho la mpoposho abantu bakuthi bangayilinge bangene kulando yokuthi i-commission mayibe i-chapter 9 enantsika institution. No. Yilento kanye udyakalashe nezinja. Ndari yene story van die jakkals en die honde. Honde wat nie jakkals verstaan nie. Hulle jakkals kom in die honde, tussen die honde aan. And then that bug met the honde aan. Yeah. That is what he's trying to do, this honorable member. We cannot fall for that trap. We must just be steadfast and move on. And move on. That's all we need to do. They will never be with us. They will never. They own the land. So the LS Jagals. Eleven no jag met ons. Ons is honde. Ons jag mos vir die has. Julle jag met ons. Dit kan nie so maak. Ons kan nie so maak nie. Fourthly and lastly, you see, there's a fundamental difference between their approach and ours. Their approach is that land restitution is a project. It must be done as soon as possible so that we can keep our land. That's their project. Ours is a program. You see, land restitution, let me say this slowly. Land restitution is a program for social justice. And as a program for social justice, it is endless. It is endless. We must never we must make them understand. Masibenza bayiqonde lento. Uba alento ayizokwenzeka iphele kule nyanga izayo. Okanye kule nyanga ungaba luza iyaqhubha. Ngoba umhlaba wathathwa iminyaka engamakhulu amathathu thuthu abantweni ngemfazwe. Ngoku thina we're a democratic state, we're a constitutional state. We bring back the land through the law. And to the extent that we are able to service that objective through our fiscus, we will do so. So, bona bangxamile. Ngoba bangxamile singagqiba kule nto izophela icala labo ayikhona. Ngeke kube njalo, uphela sonwabo. Angeke kube njalo. It's an endless program. It does intensify during elections, yes, that's true. It does intensify, like now, it is not electioneering. But it does intensify during election because it is our revolutionary task to ensure that our people will support us because we are the ones who will restore the land back to them, not you. You'll never do that. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Minister. Order, members, order. Honorable members, that concludes the debate on the bill. Amendments to the bill have been proposed in terms of Assembly Rules 254 and published on the reprinted order paper in the name of Honorable K.J. Millihan. In terms of Rule 254/5B, I have decided to put the amendments for decision by the House. The amendments that have been proposed are contained in 10 clauses, some of which are already part of the bill and others are new. The amendments will be put together for decision. Once the House has taken a decision on them, the second reading of the bill will be put for decision. I now put the amendments as they appear in the order paper. Are there any objections to the amendments? Order, order. There are objections. I now put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the noes have it. If parties want to record their objections, these will be noted. Yes, sir. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, please will you record the dissent from the Democratic Alliance?
Honourable.
Order, members, order.
Honourable Speaker, we ask for a division on the amendments.
Order, all members, order. Okay, a division has been called. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes. Honourable members, I have not given you permission to start singing. We're still in session.
Yeah,
Can I take this away? Take that one away.
Okay.
Will honourable members please return to their seats?
Honourable Speaker, may I address you?
Please go ahead, sir.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, an opportunity for declaration of vote has not been given. May we request a declaration of vote?
Yes.
Thank you,
I was coming to that before you jumped in.
Thank you.
Order, honourable members. A request for declaration of votes have been received. I will allow for up to 3 minutes, one member of each political party wishing to make a declaration, an opportunity to do so. I now recognize the Freedom Front. Order, honourable members. Order. Please go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Agbare Speaker, ons het verlede week ook in hierdie raadsaal 'n debat en 'n stemverdeling gevra oor sekere voorstelle oor hierdie wetsontwerp op die herstel van grondregte. Dit het toe spesifiek gegaan oor die beginsel dat grondeise heropen kan word. En die Vryheidsfront Plus het baie duidelik uitgespel wat is die probleme wat se onsekerheid gaan veroorsaak as grondeise heropen word. Hier was net nou 'n debat. Die leier van die Vryheidsfront Plus, Dr. Pieter Mulder, het uitgewys presies wat is die gevolge as daar weer 'n venster oopgemaak word vir die indiening van eise. Hierdie voorstelle van die DA, agbare spreker, doen presies nog dieselfde. Die voorstelle en die amendemente wat voorgestel word, vra nog steeds dat grondeise heropen word sodat mense nuwe eise kan inbring. Dit bedreig eiendomssekerheid in Suid-Afrika en al die gevolge wat ons daarmee saam het. Maar agbare spreker, grond is 'n ernstige emosionele saak. En dit is 'n jammerte dat die ANC en die DA speletjies daarvan maak om die steun van die kiesers te kry. Hierdie voorstelle, agbare spreker, die DA is besig om vir die kiesers daar buite te sê, ek kill jou hier, ek kill jou daar, en sien daar, jy is verneek. Want op die einde van die dag weet hulle dat die bykomstige amendemente wat hulle voorstel, is nie prakties haalbaar nie. Hulle het gekom met hierdie voorstelle, sodat hulle weer die ANC gaan dit afstem, sodat hulle vir een groep kiesers kan sê, maar sien julle, ons het teen die wet gestem. Vir die ander groep wil hulle sê, maar wie ons, hy was daarvoor. Ons het gevra dat die eise weer oopgestel word. Die Vryheidsfront Plus wil sê, agbare spreker, ons doen 'n beroep op die agbare lede. Moet nie die kiesers misbruik vir kanonvoer om u eie agendas te bevorder nie. Die beginsel om te sê ons heropen grondeise skep daardie onsekerheid. Dit bedreig voedselsekerheid in Suid-Afrika. En of u nou wil argumenteer om te sê dat dit nou net vir 'n jaar is en of dit nou tot 2018 is, die beginsel bly dieselfde. Daarom, agbare spreker, doen ek 'n beroep op die lede van hierdie agbare huis om te dink waarmee hulle besig is. Ons weet dit is 'n verkiesing, maar hou op om woer te speel met die kiesers, want op die einde van die dag sal dit na u toe kom. Die DA is soos 'n man wat gangreen in sy bene tot bokant sy heup. Al wat hulle nou wil doen is hulle wil die been onder die knie afsit, maar ek wil vir u sê die gangreen gaan nog steeds versprei. Ek dank u.
Order, members, order. Thank you. Are there any other parties wishing to make a declaration? Order, members, order. The ANC.
Well, Honourable Speaker, as the ANC, we believe that the process of reopening of land claims is a necessary exercise, a necessary process that we have to do. It's necessary because I think it has been said over and over again that as a result of the process of dispossession, many of our people lost land. As a result, it was actually the genesis of poverty. Now, I'm here in the Freedom Front. The only difficulty I have, they are not providing solutions for the people who need land. They are not saying what must be done with those people who are hungry, who are starving, who don't have land. And they are having lots and lots of hectares of land. They are not saying how are they going to help government to resolve this issue. I want to repeat, by donating that land to the state, so the state can help the people to solve their problem. So we are saying, therefore, that this thing of land distribution will continue. We accept that, Minister, you have provided us with an elephant. We can't swallow it at once. We will choke. We're gonna eat it in bits and pieces until we finish this elephant. We are not going to stop, because stopping this process is actually very dangerous. Because let me tell you, the Freedom Front, you are actually, as people who are having this land, you are surrounded by a sea of those who are hungry, who are needing land. As we're speaking, the waves are beginning to form, and those waves are the waves which are actually angry waves. let us preempt what may happen which is not desirable for the country. And if you can come to the state and saying, we have a lot of land, we are willing to share, I think we can sit down and listen to you. But as long as you are saying stop, let the people starve, because food security is for you because we have the land. It's not for our people. So we are appealing to you, sir, to say one more, please, please, let us not be greedy. Let us share this land among those who work it. You can't have a system of farm workers and farmers all the time. We need to have a system where we have partnership between both who regard themselves as shareholders in this land. And we believe we can play a valuable role in that. So this process is correct, is relevant, is necessary, and it must be done.
Thank you very much. The DA.
Mr. Speaker, the Vryheids Front must be living with their heads in the sand if they don't realize that land is a burning issue in this country. We have a constitutional mandate to perform land restitution. We also have a protection of property rights in the Constitution in exactly the same section, in Section 25. Now, I'd like to inform the members of this House that you can't pick and choose which elements of the Constitution you want to support. You either have to support all of them or none of them. Failure to support an orderly, transparent process will result in the Zim-style land grabs that the Vryheids Front fears so much. It worries me that the Vryheids Front plays a double game. That the minister, the deputy minister, sits in cabinet, taking crumbs from the ANC, and then playing like an opposition party in the House. These amendments are designed to strengthen the process. They are designed to make sure that the process is orderly, fair, and transparent, that it is handled in an impartial manner. It is not, Minister Nkwinti, designed to make the Commission a Chapter 9 institution. All we've said is that the appointment must follow multi-party principles and be ratified by the Cabinet rather than at your discretion or whoever the next minister is. What I want to say is that let's rather have a process that ends up with officials at your gate, that ends up with the landowner receiving compensation that is fair, just and equitable, than having war vets with bricks and hammers and petrol bombs, as we saw a couple of weeks ago in Johannesburg. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Are there any other parties wishing to make declaration? Order, all members, order. Cope.
Honourable Speaker, we have listened carefully to the position of the Democratic Alliance, but we should read the content of Section 25 of the Constitution. The Constitution is very clear on property rights, and I would like to read two subsections which specifically make it possible for an Act of Parliament to be passed to make the necessary arrangement for restitution of land rights. It is stipulated that the state in subsection B, must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to foster conditions which enable citizens to gain access to land on an equitable basis. Section 7, specifically subsection 7, says a person or community dispossessed of property after 19 June 1913 as a result of past racially discriminatory laws or practices is entitled to the extent provided by an Act of Parliament either to restitution of that property or to equitable redress. Now, the point before the House today is we should not interpret Section 25 to be an absolute right. It is a right which is enshrined, but which also makes it possible for redress. And what we have heard today is the very strong appeal to make sure that we do not live in an island of privilege and forget the sea of poverty out there, which must gain access to the land of the country. And therefore, I think we owe it to the House and to the nation to be responsible in our conduct and in our debate before an election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Order on members. Any other party wishing to make a declaration? No. We've heard declarations. Thank you very much. These have been noted. We now move on to the actual vote on the amendments. Before we do, I'd like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate buttons below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order. The question before the House is that the amendments to the Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill as they appear on the order paper and as proposed by Honorable K. J. Millenham be agreed to. Are all members in the allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the amendments should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Will you attend to the Minister? Yes, your vote will be recorded. Okay. Thank you. The yes vote, 61. The no vote is 217. There are no abstentions. The amendments are therefore negatived. Order. Order. Honourable members, please take your seats. Your allocated seats. Order. We now move on. Order, members, order. We now move on to the bill of Land Rights Amendment Bill, second reading. Again, I'd like to, for the record, remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate that their vote by pressing the appropriate buttons below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded.
Speaker, I assume you're putting the question.
Oh, okay. There are no objections. Are there any objections? Okay, there are objections. So we then have to put it to the vote. We'll go through the same process again, I'm afraid. Is there no shorter way of doing this? Okay, there isn't. Those in favor will say aye, and those others will say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, sir.
the Democratic Alliance calls for a division.
Okay, order on members. A division have been called for. The bells will ring for 3 minutes. The doors have now been closed. Are all members in their seats, allocated seats? Just for the record and to remind you that members may only vote from their allocated seats. And when requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. And if a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press a correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. Order. The question before the House is that the Restitution of Lands Right Amendment Bill be read a second time. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the bill being read a second time should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Your vote, honourable member, will be counted. Okay, thank you very much. The results are as follows. The yes vote is 216. The no vote is 59. There are no abstentions. The question is accordingly agreed to. Thank you very much. Which one? We'll now read the bill a second time. The Secretary.
Restitution of Land Rights Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. We'll then move on to the next one on the order paper. Yeah, which one is that? Right, the Secretary will read the seventh order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements on Rental Housing Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the eighth order.
Second reading debate, Rental Housing Amendment Bill.
Thank you very much. I now recognize the Honorable the Minister of Human Settlement. The Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. 20 years ago, honorable members, the lessor and leasee relationship was characterized by an ineffective regulation, bias against lessees. Glaring inequalities were a hallmark of the relationship between the lessor and the leasee. The rental property market was devoid of an acknowledgement of the impact of the deprivation of land and property rights over the centuries. From colonialism to apartheid, land dispossession was never acknowledged. With the advent of democracy and a constitutional state, that position started to change. Speaker, we now can claim that progress towards a rights-based dispensation happened under this government. We are conscious of the continued hardships faced by ordinary law-abiding citizens. They are threatened with arbitrary evictions, ludicrous rental increases, and squalid conditions, and many more. Ons is gewetenlik bewus van die stryd onder ons medeburgers wat gedreig word met onwetlike uitsettings, onmoontlike huurverhogings, ondraagbare omstandighede en so meer. Daar was reeds wye publisiteit ten opsigte van rasisme en onwelvoeglike optrede deur verhuurders. Ek het in die opsig versoek dat die Estate Agency Board ondersoek instel met betrekking tot hierdie beweringe van rasisme wat nog steeds is in ons land in terme van hulle mandaat. Ek het hulp en bystand aangebied aan die betrokke partye deur aan hulle bekend te stel wat hulle opsies is tot die verskaffing van gepaste verhaal en herstel binne die konstitusionele raamwerk. Speaker, in the process of reviewing the implementation of the bill before us here today, the Rental Housing Act, or the Rental Housing Act, which we have amended, over the last few years, we have identified that those aspects that we need to address. And these arise out of a mismatch between the implementation and enforcement of our policy imperatives. These arise out of the amendments that we are tabling here today so that it can remain our overall policy. Some of the changes that we are bringing here today are that the lessor will have to ensure that the lease agreements are reduced to writing. I will be publishing also regulations in this regard and make sure that we include the norms and standards as well as the terms and conditions of these leases. Further, there will be greater access to the mechanism created in the Act Mandatory rental housing tribunals will also be established in each province. Also, the rental housing information offices will also be established in municipalities too. In addition, the National Department of Human Settlement will be rolling out an implementation plan that will see training and resources provided to municipalities to ensure that we give meaningful effect to what the bill seeks to achieve. Speaker, honourable members, the Minister will also be taking a proactive role in monitoring and assessing the impact of the Act on and performance of the tribunals. A further critical amendment is the creation of an appeal mechanism. This will improve access to relief and to ensure that our courts of law are not overburdened. The amendment bill before us seeks to achieve a fair, equitable rental housing landscape and to create sufficient housing opportunities to ensure that our people can live in dignity, free of unfair discrimination or unscrupulous transactions. We seek to create an enabling environment to promote a vibrant rental market that is characterized by fair competition with stability and growth, and that remains sustainable. Mr. Speaker, honourable members, may I take this opportunity to thank the Portfolio Committee who has worked very hard on this bill and has gone through all the different amendments and who has received many submissions on it. Equally, I wish to thank the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Dambuza, for assisting us in passaging this bill. I therefore am pleased to put to the House adoption for the Rental Housing Amendment Bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Dambuza.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Member, Deputy President, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members of Parliament and distinguished guests, somlomo ohloniphekileyo, ndiziva ndinochulumanco ukuthabatha elithuba lokuthi thatha ingxelo yekomiti yezokuhlaliswa kwabantu nenxaxheba ethe yadlalwa yile komiti ukuqinisekisa ukuthi lo mthetho sihlomelo obizwa ngokuthi ngokolwimi lwasemzini i-Rental Housing Amendment Bill. Somlomo eneneni urhulumente kaKhongolose unalo ibali elihle elinxulumene nokutshintshwa nokuphuculwa kwempilo zabantu boMzantsi Afrika. Anokwabelana nabemi beli lizwe ngokubanzi ukusukela kunyaka ka-1994. Lo mthetho oyilwayo uphakathi kweminye yemithetho ebeyimpumelelo ingakumbi kweli candelo lezindlu. The bill seeks to amend the Rental Housing Act of 1999 as amended. The amendment of this act should be regarded as a continuous journey in strengthening the existing laws in an endeavor to address fundamental and developmental challenges in the country that were inherited from the oppressive legacy of colonialism and apartheid, to ensure that South Africa is a better place to be and continues to achieve the vision of the Freedom Charter. As part of its foundation, the Constitution of South Africa draws attention to the values of human dignity, the achievement of equality and advancement of human rights and freedom. Furthermore, the bill seeks to build cohesive and sustainable human communities and enforces measures to eliminate abusive tendencies in the rental sector. Honourable Deputy Speaker, it is a fact that post-1994, the rental sector has been growing in both formal and informal sectors. Nditsho nasemakhaya imbali, apho bekufudula kungekho mathuba, koko bekuceleliswa njengesisa. Siyazi into okokubana phayana emakhaya abantu abasebenza ezikolweni nasemapoliseni bebenikwa nje izindlu ngesisa, kodwa namhlanje bayakwazi ukuthi abanikazi bamakhaya baqashise ngamakhaya abo. The Rental Amendment Bill amends the Rental Housing Act and clearly defines the rights and obligations of both tenants and landlords. The bill will also ensure that rental agreements entered into between landlords and tenants are made in writing. Rights and obligations of tenants, amongst others, include A tenant has a right to receive written receipt from the landlord for all payments received by the landlord. A tenant is liable for rental and other costs agreed upon in the lease upon the due date, but for costs other than those agreed to in the lease. The tenant is only liable upon proof of factual expenditure by the landlord. A tenant may request the landlord during the period of the lease to provide him or her with written proof in respect of interest accrued on the deposit paid. A tenant has the right during the lease period to privacy and should the landlord wish to exercise his or her right of inspection, the inspection must be done in a reasonable manner after reasonable notice to the tenant has been made. The tenant must, on request by the landlord, make himself or herself available to conduct a joint inspection of the dwelling at the time convenient to both of them. However, a tenant may not sublet a dwelling without the consent of the landlord, which consent may not be unreasonably withheld. Rights and obligations of the landlords also include the following. Stipulate that the landlord may require a tenant before moving into the dwelling to pay a deposit which may not exceed an amount equivalent to an amount specified in the lease otherwise agreed upon between the parties. Must be invested by the landlord in an interest-bearing account with a financial institution, provided that the rate applicable to such account may not be less than the rate applicable to a savings account with that financial institution. Must, subject to the subsection 3 or subsection 6 of the bill, be repaid to the tenant together with any interest accrued to such account on the expiration of the lease, and shall, together with any interest accrued to it, not form part of the assets of the insolvent or deceased state of the landlord in the event of the insolvency or death of the landlord. Honorable members, landlord's rights as against tenants include his or her rights, prompt or regular payment of regular or any charges that may be payable in terms of a lease, recover unpaid rental or any other amount that is due and payable where the tenant fails or refuses to make payment or demand after obtaining a ruling by the tribunal. Apha kwezi obligations yena nto ebalulekileyo kukhona ibalance ukuthi i-landlords nazo kufuneka ziqinisekise ukuthi ziyacomply kwakunye nabo ama-tenant akwazi ucomplya. So akukho apho kuthiwa noko ityekele kwelinye icala, ziyalingana nje ziyaphambili. It is important to register a lease will be enforceable in a tribunal or competent court. The bill mandates the minister to develop a pro forma lease agreement in all 11 languages containing the minimal requirements set out in this Act. Honorable Deputy Speaker and the honorable members, the Portfolio Committee received inputs from public regarding the amendment bill. Further invited individuals and organizations to make oral submissions based on their written inputs received in an endeavor to execute its obligation on public participation processes. We have received input from SALGA, Legal Resource Center, Banking Association of South Africa, Western Cape Rental Housing Tribunal, and Dumisa Invest, and etc. The Portfolio Committee wishes to express its satisfaction on undertaking this process as all issues raised by the public were responded to. Furthermore, the bill received overwhelming support from all the members of the Portfolio Committee across the political parties. Nevertheless, the Portfolio Committee also wished to report that to the House that the Democratic Alliance reserved its right to vote for the bill either way in the House during the adoption of the bill in the committee. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I wish to thank the House through the Office of the Speaker for granting the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements an opportunity in terms of Rule 249, subsection 3 of the National Assembly rules to augment the introduced bill by making further substantive amendments, thus creating a comprehensive and certain legal regime in the area of rental housing. Members of the Portfolio Committee also wish to thank the members of the Portfolio Committee for the sterling and hard work, vigorous and robust engagement, and passion demonstrated during the development of the bill. The National Department, under the leadership of Honorable Minister C. September and Director General Mr. T. Zulu, for reintroducing the bill before Parliament and the support provided during the process. The entire executive, as the bill was introduced in its original form at the withdrawal from the Portfolio Committee with only one clause for consideration. Siyabulela zinkokheli zethu ngoba le bill ya withdrawa kodwa iCabinet iye yayibuyisa Deputy Speaker ilolwa hlobo beyenziwe ngalo iPortfolio Committee. Siyabonga kakhulu. Further extend appreciation to the Office of the State Law Advisors, notwithstanding the support from the parliamentary staff, thus include Legal Services, Research and Portfolio Committee Secretariat. Somlomo namalunga abekekileyo kubalulekile ukuba isebe lokwakhiwa kwezindlu liqinisekise ukuthi abantu bayafundiswa bacaciselwe ngalomthetho kuba unqongophalo lolwazi luyayibulala impumelelo eya phambili kugcine abantu sebengamaxhoba. Siyacela ukuthi ke isebe lethu esilithandayo liqinisekise ukuthi lo mthetho uyasatyalaliswa ebantwini ingakumbi kukhona lo mthetho kwi-Principal Act indaba yokuba xa abantu be-evictwa i-Rental Housing Tribunal inalo ilungelo lokubana i-applye i-spoliation clause ukwenzela ukuthi la ndaba yokubantu be-evictwa immediately imiswe until such time ityala lide liyophela. Ngalo mazwi ke the Portfolio Committee requests that the bill be considered by the House. The ANC support the bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mokhalapa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Rental accommodation plays a very important role in alternative housing options in South Africa, catering for almost 60% of people living in urban areas as well as rural areas. According to Social Housing Foundation, 55% of people who earn less than 3,500 prefer rental accommodation. A further 20% who earns between 3,500 and 7,500 are also accommodated in rental stock. The rental market is an ever-expanding market. The DA recognized the significance of the Rental Housing Amendment Bill for this crucial market and the need for due diligence in amending the current rental housing legislation to address this evolving and dynamic market. According to reports of PayProp South Africa, the rental market experienced a second consecutive growth period in the second quarter of 2013. The 2,500 to 5,000 rental category, South Africa's lower middle class, drove a large portion of this growth. This bill is particularly relevant when considering this current reality. Nedbank Affordable Housing Development Finance indicates that more than 900,000 people seek affordable and social housing annually, and only 25,000 new units become available annually. This indicates the aggressive growth of the market. The primary purpose of this Rental Housing Amendment Bill is to ensure efficient, accessible, and speedy dispute resolution and redress of rental disputes between landlords and tenants. But most importantly, to set out the rights and obligations of landlords and tenants in ensuring a harmonious relationship between two role players with minimal government market interference. The bill also aims to create mechanisms to promote the provision of rental housing market, promote adequate functioning of the rental market, lay down general principles governing conflict resolution, provide for facilitation of sound relations between tenants and landlords, and provide for legal mechanisms to protect both rights of tenants and landlords. The Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement held public hearings in Parliament to ascertain and extract inputs from industry stakeholders and role players. During this process, we were alerted and cautioned of numerous market as well as legislative pitfalls, such as overriding or infringing on existing legislation such as the Insolvency Act and the Lease Act, as well as the Consumer Protection Act. Pre-inspections between landlords and tenants before occupation and post-inspection carried out before deposits are reimbursed are common practices in the formal rental market, but are sorely lacking in the informal market. Liability and service delivery in informal arrangements such as backyard dwellers need to be ensured, bearing in mind the bylaws within that area. We also received recommendations such as rental amounts should take into consideration various factors such as geographical positions and available amenities. Leases to be in writing and enforceable by punitive measures if not implemented within a stipulated time frame of 6 months. Tenants be obliged to pay their rent timelessly and not sublet the dwelling without prior consultation with the landlord. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we acknowledge and we deliberated and incorporated these inputs in the committee report and the proposed legislation. This input has assisted us in drafting a sound, balanced legislation, providing norms and standards regarding safety, health, and hygiene, basic living conditions, access to decent basic services. This will ensure that tenants occupy dignified and not degrading dwellings. One of the most important aspects of the bill is that of establishment of rental housing tribunals by every province to ensure that dispute resolutions happens quickly in regional and provincial areas. We commend and acknowledge the 2 current functional tribunals, and hopefully these new tribunals will ease their burdens and backlog. The other important inclusion in the bill is the establishment of the Rental Housing Information Office in every municipality. This will assist in ensuring that people on the ground or at the coalface of delivery are serviced. The Rental Housing Amendment Bill is compatible with the DA's R2D2 concept. Redress is about speedy, accessible, affordable, efficient dispute resolution mechanism. Reconciliation is about harmonious relationship between landlords and tenants through their rights and obligations. Diversity ensures that the tribunals will be representative, and delivery by ensuring decentralization of services to local municipalities, and of course, the delivery of safe and dignified housing. Section 2 of the bill ensures that the impact of the implementation of the bill should be reported to Parliament, which will ensure that the legislation Parliament passed is making tangible, practical impact on the people it's supposed to serve. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the bill is a significant step in addressing the flaws within the rental housing market. It will stimulate the rental property market and also alleviate the abusive and toxic practices in rental stock. The DA at this point in time will exercise their right, and the DA supports the bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Manjobe.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Minister, and Honorable Members, Section 26 of the Constitution makes it clear that, and I quote, everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing. The state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve progressive realization of this right. Deputy Speaker, the rental housing therefore becomes one of the several measures the National Department of Human Settlements has taken to increase access to housing in order to alleviate homelessness. The department referred the Bill B-21/2011 to the Portfolio Committee, which began deliberation and action on it in September 2011, that is 29 months ago today. The original bill had 2 objects only. It was simple and straightforward. But the committee, however, was of the opinion that it would be better to review the whole Principal Act, namely Rental House Act, Act 50 of 1999, as amended by the Rental Housing Act 43 of 2007. While the committee's intentions were well meant, the then Minister of Human Settlements was not impressed by the outcome, as the committee's amended version of the bill differed considerably from the original one. He considered it would be complicated and impossible to implement. Deputy Speaker, the full story about this bill is a long one, but not necessarily a good story to tell. Since the time at my disposal is limited, I will leave the rest to history. The committee expanded the objectives to address the requirements of Section 26(2) of the Constitution, thus promoting provision of more rental property, making access to adequate housing, dealing with conflict resolution, while promoting sound relations between landlords and tenants, and providing legal mechanisms to protect landlords and tenants' rights speedily and at minimum cost to both parties. Section 3 of the bill places all responsibility and accountability for monitoring and assessing the impact of the legislation on tenants and landlords squarely in the minister's hands. This to-do list for the minister includes the creation of relief measures and social programs to alleviate hardships suffered by tenants, the monitoring and assessment of performance of tribunals and rental housing information offices, and reporting to the National Assembly annually on all of these. Again, the then minister, was not impressed by this amendment, so he withdrew the bill. Then followed a long period of silence on the bill, but it finally resurfaced on the 13th of November, 2013, now as B56, 2013. Now, the bill, B56B, 2013, as it stands. Section 7 clearly sets out details of the rights and obligations of both tenants and landlords, ranging from issuing of receipts to tenants, handling of deposits paid by tenants, tenants obtaining the landlord's consent before subletting the dwelling, to the lease to be in writing in all cases, whether it is umkuku or an upmarket house that is rented out, and whether it is a backyard dwelling, the lease has to be in writing. The list of these rights is long, Deputy Speaker, but it is well balanced. The minister must develop a pro forma lease arrangement in all 11 official languages, and this must contain the norms and standards of minimum requirements of the list. The establishment of tribunals is now mandatory in all the 9 provinces. The composition has been increased from 4 to 7 members to allow a tribunal to meet simultaneously as 2 committees in order to address backlogs, each committee consisting of at least 3 members and its decision deemed to be that of a tribunal. The qualification of members are clearly defined and must be adhered to when the MEC makes the appointments. The powers of tribunals have been extended, one of them being that a tribunal may rescind or vary its decisions. COPE's concern on this one is that it is prone to abuse by non-caring tribunals. All municipalities, regardless of level, must establish rental housing information offices to inform and advise tenants and landlords about their rights. SALGA was worried about the possible escalation of
Honorable
costs.
Member, your time is up now. I'm sorry. It is, unfortunately. Honorable Sithole.
Hlonishwa somlomo, hlonishwa Sekela Mongameli. As the IFP, we would like to congratulate the chairperson of the committee members, the Department of Human Settlement, and the Director General for ensuring that not only that this bill does come to pass, but also that it is done well. It has been long overdue, and what is most impressive is that it has been completed before our term in Parliament came to an end, and that is very encouraging. The funding for implementing the training for members of tribunal and other officials will help the nationally, provincially, and local level of government to have the capacity to establish both the rental housing tribunal and rental housing information office that are run by competent individuals. Many people looking for rental accommodation are often unaware of their rights when dealing with landlords and some cases that can result in conflict arising. This bill paved the way for foundation to be laid that will help create a better relationship between tenants and landlords, especially help in the education of tenants on their rights and the right of landlords. The same will apply to the landlord, as they will be fully aware of their own rights, but also the right of their tenants. Hopefully, through the establishment entities, we will see much faster resolution of conflicts that may arise instead of either party having an unfair advantage over another. For the bill to be truly implemented, the state scenario would have to be followed through. The rental housing tribunal must have really power to settle dispute, and all municipalities must establish the rental housing information offices. Without this foundation step being taken, the implementation of the bill will not happen. It will be just another fancy piece of legislation that has the power to help people who know their rights, but it's undermined the lack of leadership and accountability. As the bill required the minister to report to the National Assembly on the promotion of rental housing property, it is our wish as the IFP that the next parliament will not shy away from holding the minister accountable for any rubs in the implementation of this bill. After 20 years of democracy, this country parliamentarians must not be swayed by political affiliations, but must ensure that the government saves its people. True, we are a member of the IFP. The late Baba Skosana shown how it can be done, and his example must be standard carrier through this House, no matter which party is in this majority. This bill is a great example of what can be done when we work together for the good of our people. The IFP did support this bill. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Machobo.
Sekela somlomo, sekela mongameli welizwe loMzantsi Afrika namalungu eParliament ngokubanzi. Kuninzi okwenziweyo ngurhulumente we-ANC ukusukela ngo-1994 kuya kuma ngo-2014. Nyaka lowo ubalulekileyo kwimbali yelizwe kuba ngunyaka wokushiywa kwethu liqhawe lamaqhawe uba uMandela. Make simcaphule kwenye yentetho zakhe xa wayesithi, in South Africa, to be poor and black was normal, and to be poor and white was a tragedy. Maniqale ngokuqala, ANC support the bill. The ANC-led government has a good story to tell the South African public. It is unashamedly vocal, transparent about its track record of success in the area of housing. This is in the same way as it has done so in other sectors of economy. These achievements are really unprecedented in the history of the country. There is no other government that has managed to make such strides in the country's history of housing development. Somlomo, the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, recently adopted the Rental Housing Amendment Bill of 2013. The bill was amended after a careful consideration that the 2007 bill needed to be enhanced in order to address some of the shortcomings that were contained in the 2007 bill. However, before the bill was submitted to Parliament for consideration as a democratic government and that is caring and responsive to the needs of the people on the ground, Parliament invited the public to make submission on how they would like the bill to be enhanced. A careful consideration was taken about enhancing the bill since the promulgation of the Rental Housing Amendment Act of 2007, the department undertook monitoring and implementation process with regard to the act. Various areas of concern were identified. It should be noted that many South Africans who could otherwise not afford housing relied on rental housing to fulfill their constitutional right to adequate housing, and it was correct to have more effective legislative framework to protect their rights. The bill includes many positive steps towards ensuring decent, affordable housing for those who rented their accommodation. It was evident from the monitoring and implementation process that not all provinces have established rental housing tribunal. Some of the provinces they've only recently established their rental housing tribunal, and only after intervention by department. These tribunals must be strengthened in their authority and function to ensure that they offer an effective service. Our approach to housing in South Africa, as in other parts of Africa, embodies the principle that the government has an important role to play, but it recognizes too that government cannot solve the problem on its own. We fully endorse the need for a full and meaningful partnership of government, the private sector, and homeless communities. A resolution was taken to make it mandatory to establish a rental housing tribunal in all provinces in the country. The purpose of this rental housing tribunal is to intervene in conflict resolution between tenants and the landlord. It should be noted that where the rental housing tribunal have been established, they have provided a large number of people with an accessible dispute resolution mechanism. Figures provided by this tribunal show that there was a high demand of these services that they could provide, and also prove that tribunals were effective in solving dispute. It could be anticipated that the number of complaints brought to the tribunal would continue to increase. The bill provides that the tribunal should consist of 4 to 7 members who are fit and proper persons appointed by the MEC. The bill also acknowledges that there would be more cases to be heard by tribunal. Hence, there is a provision that members of tribunal could sit in a different or separate location. However, the final decision taken by the ASAP group will be considered as the resolution of the tribunal combined. The bill emphasizes that members of the tribunal would have expertise on consumer issues or legal qualification and expertise. Members of the tribunal must be broadly represented in terms of language, gender, race, and disability. The MEC, in consultation with the Standing Committee of Proportional Legislation responsible for human rights, may appoint up to 6 persons to serve as alternate members in the absence of any member. However, such person must have the relevant expertise. Persons appointed as a member of the tribunal may not serve for more than 2 consecutive terms. The bill further provides that succession plans must be adopted and must provide for the replacement of members in such a manner that, for the sake of continuity, all members are not replaced at one time. Members already appointed at the time of commencement of the Rental Housing Amendment Act 2014 and who have already served 2 consecutive terms may be reappointed for additional term of not more than 8 months to ensure continuity.
Thank you, Honorable Machoba. Honorable Pula.
Madam Deputy Speaker, creating an integrated society has been the cornerstone of the Human Settlements Department, and we therefore welcome the promulgation of this new legislation. The relationships between landlords and tenants have traditionally been strained. Therefore, the rights and obligations of tenants and landlords must accordingly be clearly demarcated in the rental housing legislation so as to enable these parties to know and understand their rights and obligations. Benjamin Franklin coined the proverb, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure." This holds especially true when it comes to the relationship between tenant and landlord. Written contracts are the ounce of prevention that help reduce disputes, and the MF therefore welcomes the amendments which stipulates that leases must be in writing. Historically, many tenants would enter into agreements with landlords, and this would be done orally, resulting in long drawn-out disputes. The foresight demonstrated by the department is commendable indeed. Rental housing tribunals and rental housing information officers is an essential part of providing assistance to communities who look to government to assist them when entering into a rental agreement. These tribunals will serve as a medium to facilitate conflict resolution in the rental housing sector. We encourage provincial departments and municipalities to prioritize the principles of Bato Pela, of putting people first, and establish these structures so that the broad suffering masses can benefit from policies undertaken at national level to protect their rights. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have a huge housing backlog in this country, and we welcome the promotion of structures which will facilitate the proper functioning of the rental housing market. We need to make sure that we utilize every avenue to facilitate housing opportunities for our people and ease the burden on the poor and destitute. Just last night, Madam Deputy Speaker, I visited an informal settlement on the outskirts of Goodwood, where 9 families have been living for the past 20 years. These people lack some of the basic services we all take for granted, right here in the Western Cape. These are the type of people who will benefit from this legislation. The rental housing market abroad have utilized the airspace to ensure that people are given the opportunity to live in adequate housing with the primary objective of urban restructuring and creating sustainable human settlements. It is therefore imperative that the rental housing sphere has mechanisms in place, like the Rental Housing Tribunal, to ensure that the rental housing market becomes a thriving one. The MF welcomes the additional monitoring of the establishment and the effectiveness of running of the rental housing tribunals, and the monitoring of the impact of the Act on the poor and destitute tenants that need this type of legislation. Indeed, we want to also laud the efforts of the Honourable Chairperson for her passion and dedication to ensure that this piece of legislation becomes a reality. The MF will support the bill.
Thanks. Honourable Duncan.
Honourable Speaker, since 1994, many housing opportunities have been delivered to the poor in the country. Adequate housing is an important human right. However, much still has to be done to give effect to this right to access to housing. We must remember that more than 1 million title deeds has not been issued to owners of RDP houses, and the almost 1 billion rand used for rectification on these houses due to shoddy workmanship. These matters need immediate attention by government to ensure optimal economic and social freedom to the people living in these houses. Further to note is that our country is still challenged with a huge housing backlog, in particular to the poor, low-income and middle-class citizens. Besides the RDP, BNG housing options, we must also note that there is other targeted markets such as community rental units, social housing, rental housing, private and public, backyard dwellers and affordable rental markets that has the potential to provide accommodation to millions of people. In the DA, we acknowledge and understand the economic, social, and spatial challenges experienced in providing decent and affordable accommodation throughout the country, and thus believe that the rental market has the potential to be a viable option within the South African human settlement strategies, policies, and programs. We acknowledge that we do not only cater in social terms only for the nuclear family, meaning a father, mother, and 2 children, but for single persons like students, single-parent households, grandparent households, etc., for which RDP solutions to buy a subsidized house is not appropriate. In light of the above, I do believe that renting will become one of the future options for most people, and therefore time should be spent on developing policies to give effect to this option. There are many small-scale private rental case studies compiled by institutions throughout the country and abroad, and I have no doubt that all of them will be available to assist government to accelerate the rental market. This brings me to the importance of the Rental Housing Amendment Bill, which will be passed in this House today. This bill is the first step in the right direction in facilitating a process in which landlords and tenants will both benefit from the rental market in a harmonious manner. Norms and standards are set to ensure value for money through a written lease agreement, inclusive of right and obligation of both landlord and tenants. The bill also ensures that the performer lease forms will be written in all 11 official languages of our country. And whilst leaving my own mark in terms of recommending that members of the tribunals must be broadly representative, not only in terms of gender, race, and disability, but also language. This has been a great success to the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee. Lastly, Deputy Speaker, the role of municipalities is crucial in ensuring that citizens are well informed with regard to the object of this bill, in particular through the establishment of information offices in the existing housing departments. Municipalities are the closest sphere of government to the people, and as a former councillor, I urge them to ensure that the rental housing amendment bill is popularized through the ward committee system and public meetings in order for citizens to understand the value the bill can offer them. It gives me great pleasure in thanking our chairperson, Honourable Dambuza, for her dedication and commitment to see the bill through to its final stage. I will take this example you set with me long after I exit Parliament. Inkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Duncan. Honourable Bowman.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers present, and Honourable members and guests. There was a song some 60 years ago that went like this: "Mid pleasures and palaces, though we may roam, be it ever so humble, there's no place like home." Home for some people will be a large 5-bedroomed house with 2 to 3 bathrooms containing all the amenities, and for others it will be a shack or a room attached to a shack. It could be an upmarket flat overlooking the sea or a tiny bachelor pad, but no matter the brick and mortar, it's what we call home. A place where we can relax after a hard day's work, enjoy family time together, entertain our friends. It is important and special to each family unit. In your home, you feel more secure than anywhere else. Some people own their homes, and others rent theirs. A report released by the Department of Human Settlements showed that from 2008 to 2009, about 18% of South African population was renting, with the majority of households in rental housing being poor or in low income brackets, and that the majority of households in rental housing are black. Chairperson, today we are debating the Rental Housing Amendment Bill. The ANC believes that these amendments will make the Act more user-friendly to both landlords and tenants, and that the section on tribunals and the addition of the appeals mechanism within the tribunal will provide better redress for the poor and vulnerable at affordable prices. The Sowetan, dated January the 18th, 2012, under Tuli Zungu's Consumer Line, reported the following, and I quote a section from his article. It was headed, "Rental company hangs on to refund. Tenants being ripped off by letting agents." First-time rental tenants, especially students, continue to suffer at the hands of unscrupulous agents. It's been 6 months since Tsukulu Manyeli started battling to reclaim 14,300 Rand from a leasing company, National Letting, after he terminated his son's contract in July last year. His son had been a student at the University of Johannesburg, but dropped out, and he was forced to terminate the contract. National Letting found someone immediately to occupy the flat. The frustrating thing is that they don't deny owing me a refund. It's just that they've decided to ignore my demands, said Manyele. His son had been accepted at the University of the Free State, and he needed the refund to pay for the registration fees, and he had also been out of work. And I close now that quote. The letting, renting, payment of rents, and refunding of deposits is like a jungle. It is especially difficult for rural people migrating to the towns and cities, who often find themselves victims of a system they don't understand and which often works to their disadvantage. Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, the ANC believes that the amendments in this bill make a good news story for the many people who, like Banyali, needs to have it, because it requires leases to be in writing. The MECs in all provinces must now establish rental housing tribunals. All local municipalities must have rental housing information officers, and it allows for an appeal process. These are some of the amendments that I'll just need to deal with, and they have been covered already, but we'll go through them. Firstly, leases must be in writing. There were some submissions made to the Portfolio Committee where they did not agree with this because they felt the lease was too complicated for some people. But the clause that we've put in says very clearly the minister must develop a pro forma lease agreement in all 11 languages containing the minimum requirements set out in this Act, which may be used as a guideline by the tenants and the landlords. This will ensure that both landlords and tenants have something in writing should a dispute arise. Lease agreements with this bill will now become enforceable by rental tribunals. Secondly, MECs must establish tribunals in all the provinces. The new amendment will read, every MEC must within the first financial year following the commencement of the Rental Housing Amendment Act 2013 by notice in the Gazette, establish a tribunal in the province to be known as the Rental Housing Tribunal. And my colleague has already discussed this and laid out what that will be made up of. And so this bill also provides for the tribunal to function as two committees for the purpose of coping effectively with the big workloads. Such meetings must happen simultaneously. Now, fourthly, this is an important innovation. This bill requires all local municipalities to provide a rental housing information office, even if this function is shared with an existing office, to ensure that rental tribunals are made accessible to all people everywhere in South Africa. This is intended to help new tenants and people who have never rented before to know what their rights and obligations are. Because of differing cultural perceptions, many people are unaware of how to go about renting a property, and many exploitative practices take place. Fifthly, the bill allows for an internal appeal process within rental tribunals to reduce the lengthy and costly court review procedures. In this regard, a new section is inserted in the Principal Act, and this appeals mechanism is as follows. Any person, I don't know what you're shouting about here, you're all supporting. Any person who feels aggrieved by the decision of the tribunal may, in writing and within 21 days of receipt of the decision, file an appeal against that decision with the Secretariat of the Tribunal appointed in terms of Section 11.1. And this section refers to the staff, which may include inspectors, technical advisors, mediators, and administrative support required for the proper performance of the tribunal's functions and the administration of this Act. They must be appointed subject to the laws governing the public service. The minister, secondly, the minister must prescribe the circumstances under which the application for appeal may be submitted, including the procedure for filing and hearing of an appeal. 3, the Secretariat must appoint a panel of adjudicators who possess legal qualifications and expertise in rental housing matters or consumer matters pertaining to rental housing matters. 4, when appeals are lodged in terms of this section, the Secretariat must, within 1 day of receipt of the appeal, select 1 or 2 adjudicators from the panel on a rotation basis to consider the appeals and must refer the appeals for hearing. 5, when an appeal has been lodged, the operation and execution of the order in question shall be suspended pending the decision of the appeal. 6, the appeal must be finalized within 30 days of referral by the Secretariat. And 7, the adjudicators may refer the matter back to the tribunal or confirm, set aside, or amend the decision. Proper time frames, you will notice, have been built into this appeals process so that neither the landlord nor the tenant can abuse the system and drag the process out whilst resolving the complaint. Now, during the public hearings in December 2011, Trevor Bailey, the chairperson of the Gauteng Rental Housing Tribunal, told us that 95% of complaints are resolved at tribunal level. This means that a very small percentage of cases would need to go on appeal. But even when they do, with this mechanism, it will be far less costly. So, this will provide a big benefit for the poor and vulnerable people. The Rental Housing Amendment Bill is indeed a good news story for tenants and landlords. Now, I want to say just here in my last couple of seconds, our chairperson is a slave driver, and you've heard the evidence. My job here tonight is very easy. I've got no sweeping to do because we all supported this bill, and we thank her for her great leadership. The ANC supports this bill.
Thank you, Honourable Bowman. Honourable Minister of Human Settlement.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Honourable members, thank you very much. I think we've heard here tonight that the majority of parties are supporting this bill. And let me take the opportunity to thank all of you, those of you that have expressed your support for this bill. It is important, Deputy Speaker, that we have sought to find maximum support in this House for this bill, because it's important that that section of our society who only are in the position to rent are being given the necessary rights here today by the passage of this bill. So thank you very much for all of that. There is, however, one small little issue that has been raised, and that is that the Honourable Duncan did start off her speech by talking about housing backlog, the title deeds, and so on. And I thought I should maybe respond to that. As the department, in conjunction with all the MECs, we have deliberated on this matter substantially, that when we deliver houses in this country, we must make sure that we hand over title deeds at the same time. When we delivered houses in Delft the other day, there were no title deeds that were handed out, and we have encouraged both the Premier and the MEC to make sure that we don't hand over houses like that again without title deeds. So we would agree with yourselves, but charity does start at home when we need to hand over title deeds. We have further agreed that we need to accelerate that, and therefore, in this instance, our concern would be that in relation to the Western Cape, there is still a large number of people in rented houses, especially those that come out of what we call the 99-year leasehold, whose houses have not been handed over to them, and hence, of course, they don't have the title deeds. And we think it's important that we give a situation to those people also where they can say that they also have a home, that their houses have been handed over to them, and that we would encourage all of you in the Western Cape to make sure that those houses are being handed over. The people in Bontier will want it. The people in Elsies River would want it. The people in Mitchell's Plain would want it. And equally so, the people in Athlone also want it. Equally so, the houses that we see as we drive down here on the Val Drive, who equally has also not been handed over. And we think it's because of the value of those homes has not been handed over. And so therefore we think it would be important that when you talk about the acceleration of the title deeds that need to happen, start in Bonteheuwel, start in Athlone, start on the Cape Flats, start in the West Coast, start in Saldanha Bay, and make sure that in each and every area that these title deeds are being handed over. And those houses that our late Nelson Mandela in his 99-year leasehold said that those houses need to be handed over to everyone. Deputy Speaker, we ask that that start in the Western Cape. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate. Are there any objections to the bill being read a second time? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the bill a second time.
Rental Housing Amendment Bill.
The bill will be sent to the National Council of Provinces for concurrence. The Secretary will read the last order of the day.
Consideration of Mental Health Care Amendment Bill.
I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move that the bill and the report be adopted.
The motion is that the bill and the report be passed. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The bill will be sent to the President for assent. That concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.